We're now on the record in case number 2020-00174, application of Kentucky Power Company for a general adjustment of its rates for electric service, approval of tariffs and riders, approval of accounting practices to establish regulatory assets and liabilities, for approval of a certificate of public convenience and necessity, and all other required approvals and relief. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm Chairman of the Public Service Commission, and I will be presiding today. Joining me via video conferencing is Vice Chairman Kent Chandler and Dr. Talina Matthews. At this time, I would normally caution attendees to please set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off. Due to the current state of emergency because of the COVID-19 crisis in Kentucky, the Commission is hosting this hearing via video conferencing. Since this continues to be a learning experience for everyone, there are a few suggestions I would offer. In addition to the normal courtesies regarding cell phones, these tips may help with clarity and avoid feedback issues for the video conference hearing. First, mute your microphone and your video if you are not speaking. Attorneys, when interjecting, please state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for the audio and a computer for the video, turn off the computer audio. Otherwise, there will be feedback. If you are in a room with several people on their own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. Otherwise, there will be feedback. If another participant is in a nearby office, close the doors between the offices. Sound carries further than one thinks, which can cause feedback. Once in the GoToMeeting software platform, go to your settings. The icon looks like a gear to ensure the microphone setting is on the microphone you are using. There's a pull-down menu feature in GoToMeeting settings that will list the available microphones. Use wired headphones or wired earbuds for better sound quality. Wired is preferred because wireless devices may lose power depending upon the length of the hearing. Keep a charger nearby in case your battery runs low. Please alert the Commission if you are experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided cell phone number. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on Kentucky Power's request for a general rate adjustment, approval of tariffs and riders, a certificate of public convenience and necessity, and establishing regulatory assets and liabilities. At this time, we'll have the appearance of counsel of record for the parties who will also identify the witnesses who they intend to testify at some point during the course of this proceeding. So first, I would ask attorney for Kentucky Power Company to identify himself, his co-counsel, and witnesses who are expected to testify in this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Overstreet, Stites and Harbison, 421 West Main Street, Frankfort, Kentucky, 40601, appearing on behalf of Kentucky Power Company. Also appearing with me as counsel for Kentucky Power Company is Katie M. Glass of Stites and Harbison, and Kristen M. Blend of American Electric Power. Ms. Blend has been admitted pro hoc vice. Tanner S. Wolfram, Mr. Wolfram has been admitted pro hoc vice. He is with AEP. And not present in the room today, but who will be appearing, is Hector Garcia Santana. Mr. Garcia Santana also has been admitted pro hoc vice to this proceeding. Our witnesses are Brett Madison, Matt Satterwhite, Kelly Pierce, Cameron Ali, Cynthia Wiseman, Timothy Kearns, Lara Scott, Heather Whitney, Allison Keaton, Kim Kaiser, Scott Bishop, Dana Horton, Jason Stiegel. Mr. Stiegel has had to quarantine because of exposure of a family member to the COVID virus, and he will testify but will not be present with us. Jacqueline Cost, Franz Messner, Adrian McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie will testify remotely. Everett Phillips, Steve Blankenship, Brian West, Alex Vaughn, and Andrew Carlin if called.
Thank you. And for the office of the Kentucky Attorney General?
Yes, hello, this is Mike West for the Kentucky Attorney General, and also with me we have Larry Cook and John Horn appearing for the Attorney General. We have witnesses that we will be putting on who are not necessarily on the meeting at this point, but will be Lane Collin, Rick Baudino, and Steve Barron.
Thank you. And for Kentucky Industrial Utility customers?
Good morning. On behalf of Kentucky Industrial Utility customers, Michael Kurtz and Jody Kyler-Cohn from the law firm of Van Kurtz & Lowry, 3060 7th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio 45202. And we are sharing witnesses with the Attorney General, so we have the same slate.
Thank you. And for Walmart?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Carrie Harris Brunman. I was admitted pro hoc vice in this case, and am joined today by my colleague Don Parker from the law firm of Spillman, Thomas & Battle. My address is 110 Oakwood Drive, Suite 500, Winston-Salem, North Carolina 27103. Walmart will be presenting the testimony of Lisa V. Perry.
Thank you. Kentucky Solar Industries Association?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. David Spinar and Randy Strobo Barkley, 239 South 5th Street, Suite 917, Louisville, Kentucky 40202. Our witnesses are James Van Nostrand, Benjamin Inskeep, and Justin Barnes.
Thank you. Mountain Association for Community Economic Development and Kentuckians for the Commonwealth and Kentucky Solar Energy Society, collectively joint intervenors.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Last and certainly, or I guess almost last and certainly least, Tom Fitzgerald, Kentucky Resources Council, representing the joint intervenors, Mountain Association, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, and the Kentucky Solar Energy Society. We will have 3 witnesses. One of them is present right now. All of them will be at the appropriate time. Andrew McDonald, Joshua Bills, and James Owen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sierra Club?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Joe Childers and Baxter, 201 West Short Street, Suite 300, Lexington, Kentucky. And with me today is Matthew Miller, appearing pro hoc vici. Sierra Club has no witnesses.
SVWA Kentucky LLC?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Michael Fry and the law firm of Jenkins Fenstermaker, PLLC.
And for staff?
P.O. Box 2688, Huntington, West Virginia, 25726. We will have no witnesses today, Your Honor.
Thank you. And for staff?
Nancy Vinsel for staff. I should also note that Zach Rippey, financial analyst, will be handling our screen share, so we'll be mentioning his name. And I feel like I also should note that for Sierra Club, Joe Childers and his partner Bethany A. Baxter may be trading off throughout this process, but Ms. Baxter is not on the call this morning.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I should have introduced Ms. Baxter, too.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Childers. That's no problem. You know, during the course of this hearing, there are a number of witnesses, maybe 30, 35. I guess as Kentucky Power moves forward, we get close to the end, we probably just need to be mindful, or I do, of our need to keep council advised as to about when to expect another witness so you can have your people available and obviously not have to have them here during the entire session, which is likely to last several days. Also, I guess many of you know this, Mr. Kurtz, I guess, and others who've had hearings, these video conference hearings in the past, but without any warning, at some point in time during this conference, somebody may be cut off. So let us know. We'll try to keep track of it too, so that you don't miss anything. And if you do, then we'll back up and start over again. It would have been better if we could have held this conference live, but that not being the case under the circumstances, we'll just go forward and do the best we can. It'll all work out okay. One other thing, I know in the prologue here, I mentioned the fact that if you're not speaking, attorneys, to keep your mic on mute, sometimes people forget to turn it back on. So then we have a waving session or something. So we get in touch with people to let them know that you need to turn your mic on. All right. In checking the record, I see that public notice has been given of this hearing and has been filed in the record. Is that correct, Mr. Overstreet?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. I understand also that there are no outstanding motions at this time. They've all been ruled on. Is that also correct? Or is there
That's
anything?
my understanding, Your Honor.
Could we get him to turn up his volume, please?
I'm sorry?
Could we get Mr. Overstreet to turn up his volume a little bit, please?
Mr. Overstreet, your reporter here has difficulty hearing you, and I suspect it's because
I apologize, Your Honor. Is this better?
Is that better? Can you hear him now?
If he could turn it up a little bit more.
She requests that you turn it up a little more.
I will. Is this any better?
Yes.
That's here.
Okay, I
think Mr.
apologize.
Overstreet-
These mics are very directional. Your Honor, two things that I omitted to mention in connection with the entry of appearances is that in connection with the Kentucky Power AEP COVID guidelines, we will need to wipe down the witness chair after each and desk after each witness testifies, and also that Mr. Pierce also has had to quarantine, but he will be available remotely from another location.
Okay. All right. I would point out, I guess, for maybe future hearings, if it's possible, Mr. Overstreet, part of the problem is, I think, it looks like you're in a hearing room or a small courtroom or something where I guess it's a larger area and other people, your witness, can probably come up and sit beside you and speak. We had a hearing several weeks ago with the city of Henderson, and they had the same issue, and it was really difficult to hear their people. And to the extent you could have the attorney and a witness in one room or a smaller area, it makes it easier. To hear. Now, at this point, we usually would call for public comments to allow any member of the public to basically make a statement or let their interest or desires be known with respect to this proceeding and its outcome. On Friday and then on yesterday late, we held video conferencing public comments. And this morning, we were to open up at 9 o'clock with a public comment section that was to be separate from, at least in terms of segments of this proceeding, so that you all wouldn't have to wait and we wouldn't have to have everybody on with the public comments. We waited for 10 minutes or so. There was no interest in public comments, and so the public comment section has officially closed. If any member of the public watching this proceeding would like to make a comment, you may send a letter or an email to the Public Service Commission, and that address and how to do that is on the Public Service Commission website at psc.ky.gov. All right, at this time, Mr. Overstreet or any other council in the case. Is there anything that you'd like to bring to the commission's attention or that you think we need to address before we start the presentation of testimony?
Nothing from Kentucky Power, Your Honor.
Anyone else?
Chairman, I have a question. We had discussed, because of the size, the number of participants, that we were going to ask that unless you are a witness, an attorney, or a commissioner, that the video also be muted during the hearing. If that's acceptable to you, would you like to move forward with that?
That the video would be,
The video of the attorneys and the witnesses who are not speaking, who are not testifying, cross-examined, direct?
so you're talking about invoking the rule? Is that is that what you're saying? Sequestration of witnesses?
No, not to sequester them, but because of the large number of participants and trying to keep track of who's actually speaking.
So they won't be, all right, I understand. So who is in control of that? Jim here at our office, who is in control of that?
Jim is, but also, well, actually, each of the participants in the hearing have their own control of that also. They can mute their mic, they can also mute their video screen.
I guess that's, well, yeah, so we have fewer people on the screen so we could actually see better the people who were testifying and asking questions, correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
So it'd be appreciated then if those who are not participating as witnesses at any given time, basically not only mute your microphone, but turn off your screen so that you won't appear appear on the screens of the other participants who are actually asking questions, getting ready to, or in the process of testifying. Is there anything else?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Overstreet, I think that the commission has asked, maybe entered an order about Kentucky Power witnesses, because I think there may be some witnesses who will be taken and maybe will want to be recalled later during this hearing for the purpose of maybe providing additional testimony or elaborating on testimony given by another witness. Were you aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor, I was aware of it, and our witnesses are available at the request and timing of the commission.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, if there's nothing else that we need to be considered, that needs to be considered, Mr. Overstreet, would you call your first witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our first witness is Brett Madison. Mr. Madison is the President and Chief Operating Officer of Kentucky Power Company, and Ms. Blinn will present him.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Madison, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. All right. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Madison, will you please state your name and business address for the record?
It's Brett Madison, 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101.
By whom are you employed and in what position?
Kentucky Power, and I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer.
Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony?
Yes.
Did you also cause to be filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And did you cause to be filed data responses?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents today?
No changes.
If you were asked the same questions contained in those documents today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Vinsel, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Madison.
Good morning.
If I ask you anything that isn't clear, please let me know and I'll make sure to rephrase. To start with, in this case, in your testimony, Ms. Wiseman's testimony, there seems to be a theme of focus on customer relationship and customer experience. Staff notes that in the last rate case, 2017-179, the theme in that case was a focus on customer growth. And is there any, can you explain that shift in thought?
Yes, ma'am. There's not really a shift in thought. We still have a focus on growth for sure. Economic development is vitally important to Kentucky Power, the region, the area, and the communities in which we serve. In addition to that, what we've done is take more of a proactive stance with our customers. And Witness Wiseman can give more detail as to some of those programs that she's implemented, but is to stay in touch with our customers more, to find out what their needs are. We've revamped what I would call our account management system, where we have our customer service employees that have a portfolio of customers that they call on. They're required to call on those customers in a proactive fashion to find out, do they have any needs, check on reliability issues, and give them their number and information so that they'll have a contact. So it's not really a shift. I would say we've added to our focus from 2017 so that we would be more in tune with our customer base.
Thank you. And just speaking of the customer base, according to the cost of service studies filed in this case and in the last two rate cases, the percentage of total operating expenses for the residential class has increased. It was approximately 44% 2 rate cases ago. Today it's just over 50%. Can you explain what's contributing to this increase in the operating expense for the residential class?
Well, the increase in expense, and it's no secret that the eastern part of Kentucky, our customer base, has gone down over that period of time. If you go back and you look at our customers that we have today versus what we had, I don't know if your time frame is roughly 10 years ago, we have lost customers and unfortunately load growth, and so the numerator of the expense and the denominator has put that burden on the remaining customers. But we've done a very good job of trying to manage our expenses, especially this year where we've had to reduce contractors. We're holding vacancies to ensure that we keep our expenses down. And we have right now 135,000 residential customers. But our costs continue to increase, especially when you look at from a reliability standpoint, when we look at what we have to do from a tree vegetation related situation in eastern Kentucky. We're a very vegetated area. Our costs have increased to be able to do reliability in a proper manner.
I'd like to follow up on a couple things with that. When you talked about some vacant positions and reduced contractors, in particular with the reduction in contractors, what types of jobs were the contractors doing?
The contractors that we're talking about were overhead line contractors and in our vegetation management. Those would be the two contract groups that we've reduced during this COVID period of time this year.
And has the COVID period impacted Kentucky Power's vegetation management plan?
It hasn't impacted the plans that we have recovery for. Where our biggest problems have been are trees outside our right-of-way. When you go back and look historically, that was around 30%, and this year it's right at 50 or 51% as our biggest issue. So we've added over the last year contractors to do our tree outside the right-of-way work and reliability. And Witness Phillips would be the better witness to give the detail. But that's one of the areas in which we had contractors that we're talking about, and also in the overhead line that I mentioned earlier. But yes, we did have contractors doing vegetation work for us, trying to work on what's causing the majority of our outages.
Thank you. Yes, I do plan to follow up with Witness Phillips in regard to the hazard trees and vegetation management program, so thank you. You've touched on this a bit, looking at there are several cost drivers for this case, but one of the significant cost drivers is lost revenue from lost load. Is that a correct or a fair statement?
Yes, that is a fair statement.
And roughly I'll cut to the chase. Is it correct that the lost load, the revenue from lost load is about $19.5 million?
Yes, over the 3-year period from our last case to this case, that is correct.
And is it also correct that about 3/4 of that lost load is due to lost industrial load?
That's correct.
Well, building on that, as you touched on economic development, I believe it was in your testimony that there are 3 new large, either commercial or industrial customers that they either have located or are locating in Kentucky. And they are, to make sure I am correct here, are they Dashcore, Aluminum?
Yes, that's in Hazard, Kentucky.
And Intuit?
Yes, that's in Hazard, Kentucky as well.
Which I think I mispronounced, my apologies to them. And Skies Enterprise?
No, that's right. You said it right. It's Intuit.
You know, it's one of those words I see a lot but rarely get to say. And Skies Enterprise?
Yes.
Can you tell me the status? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say that Intuit, you had mentioned that industrial customers locating Intuit would be really classified as a commercial type customer because it's a call center. They've hired about 300 individuals in Hazard in a vacant building, and they're doing call center type work for Intuit. Dashcore is one that we worked with for a couple of years. It's a really good one to highlight. Dashcore is a Canadian company. They do aluminum work, and they moved into an existing building in Hazard. And I was visiting with the CEO and owner about 6 weeks ago, and we had touted in the Hazard area, and not only Hazard but Eastern Kentucky, that there's a great skill set in former coal employees. And he mentioned to me that 1 shift in Hazard is more productive than 3 shifts in Canada. And so he's looking at that seriously, thinking about the possibility of expanding, and that would be an industrial customer. So they're doing well. Intuit's doing well also. And what was the third one? I'm sorry.
Skies Enterprises.
Say Sky Enterprises.
SKYES.
Oh yes, it's a little bit smaller customer as well. And I would ask Witness Wiseman can give you more detail on that particular one. I'm not as familiar as I am with the other 2.
Okay, thank you. In the application, Kentucky Power had 3 options proposed to help mitigate the rate increase, the first year of the rate increase. And I'd like to walk through those now. I'd like to start with the capacity charge. First, I think it's helpful to get a little bit of background on this. So, the capacity charge was first approved in a 2004 rate case. And is it correct, it's a surcharge to recover supplemental annual payments for the Rockport, I'm just going to call it the Rockport UPA for this point.
That's correct.
And is there, within that supplemental annual payment, is there any FERC rate or FERC approved amount in that capacity charge?
Not that I'm aware of, but Witness Vaughn would be the witness that could give the detail on that. I know it's $6.2 million that we're mitigating in this case, but as far as the FERC charges, I'm not sure.
Okay, I will follow up with Mr. Vaughn. And you talked about the $6.2 million. Can you describe the proposal?
The proposal of the mitigation, it was $73 million, and we're asking for $65 million. I know one of the mitigations was the $6.2 million in capacity charges. The other was, and witness McKinsey will be the one that is our ROE witness, and he'll be up later, but he recommended a bandwidth, and he recommended around a 10.3 ROE to ask. But as part of a mitigation, we decided to move that down 30 basis points, which is roughly $2.5 million in this case. And also, we have asked for a mitigation of the accumulated federal deferred income tax to offset year one of whatever the rate increase is, that a customer will not pay new rates until January 1 of 2022. So that's a couple of things that we have done to help mitigate and offset this rate case.
Going back just to the capacity charge, as you said, the capacity charge, it's about $6.2 million per year that's recovered from ratepayers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the Rockport UPA is scheduled to end on December 31st, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the capacity charge, that tariff would end then as of December 31st, 2022. Is that correct?
Well, Alex Vaughn, again, would be the one to give the detail on that. I know after it ends, there is a 1 year that will carry forward with some of the charges, but I'm not sure exactly how the mechanics of that work, but Alex Vaughn is the witness for that.
Without tipping our hand, there's a reason we had Mr. Vaughn go last. We've noticed a trend. In the proposal with the capacity charge, I'm aware that Kentucky Power had offered to terminate it early with the condition that the commission accept the application as is. So is it still Kentucky Power's position that it will end the capacity charge only if the commission accepts Kentucky Power's proposed rate increase as it is proposed in the application?
Again, and I know you mentioned about Alex going last, Alex Vaughn, but it is a mitigation based on the ask in this case.
Did I hear an objection? No, okay.
No objection.
Let me also follow up about the excess unprotected ADIT, accumulated deferred income tax. Again, let's do a little bit of background on this before I launch into questions. The excess unprotected ADIT resulted from the reduction in the corporate income tax rate with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what the balance of that account is as of the filing of this rate case?
Subject to check, around $111, $113 million, something in that neighborhood.
And Kentucky Power is proposing to return approximately $65 million from the excess ADIT, unprotected ADIT, correct?
That is correct.
There was a previous case in which the commission dealt with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act and its impact. 2018-00035, just for the record. I don't know if you're familiar with that case, but in that case, Kentucky Power witnesses testified that an amortization period of less than 18 years would result in an adverse impact to Kentucky Power's credit metrics and balance sheet. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
given that this proposal would return almost half of the ADIT balance, how will that impact Kentucky Power's credit metrics?
Well, for a short period of time, in year one through about year two, it will have an effect on the credit metrics of the company. And I know in that last case that you mentioned, 18 years was the time frame to pay those back. It is the customer's money, and considering the timing of this rate case, and we're here because we have to be whenever you look at where the company has struggled in achieving ROE. I know in that same case you mentioned it was an authorized ROE of 9.7. We've not hit that 9.7 since the case. And if you look in my rebuttal testimony on page 3, there's a table and steps us through all the way down to the end of September where we're at a 5.3% ROE. So it will have a minimal effect for a short period of time. And our thinking was that with the COVID pandemic, that by January of 2022, we should be back and be out of what we're dealing with right now to a more normal time frame, if you will. And so the company is willing to sacrifice. You had mentioned earlier about customers. That's one of the things that we brought into our thought process as a way to mitigate this ask for the first year.
And thinking of that impact, let me ask a hypothetical. If that same amount of money, the $65 million, was returned to customers over, say, 2 years rather than 1 year, would it be relatively the same impact on the credit metrics, or would there be a different impact? We're looking at the same amount over a 2-year period rather than 1 year period.
Right. And hypothetically, you're asking, if we went 24 months as opposed to 12 months, I would refer to our financial experts on that to try to give the answer, because I don't want to try to do that off the top of my head. I'm sure it would have an effect, but I don't know what exactly the effect would be.
Okay, thank you. And I think I should ask that of Mr. Messner and Mr. Vaughn, correct?
I would agree with that, yes, ma'am.
In the rate case expenses that have been reported to date, there are payments to Communication Council of America. Can you tell me what Communication Council of America, what service it provides?
The services that they provide, and we utilize them to help individuals that have never testified in any formal hearing before, to help prepare them. That's the main service they provide.
So helping those who are new to testifying at the commission to prepare to testify.
Yes, a commission or any hearing for that matter.
Staff has no further questions at this time.
Counsel for the Attorney General.
Good morning, Mr. Madison. This is Lawrence Cook on behalf of the Attorney General. I have just a few questions for you today. I don't think they'll be very long. First of all, did Kentucky Power, its parent company or any affiliate, receive any financial assistance from the federal government as a result of the COVID-19 crisis?
No.
Okay. And in your rebuttal, you reaffirmed Kentucky Power's request to use $10.8 million of excess accumulated deferred federal income tax to eliminate customer arrearages as of May 28, 2020. Isn't that correct?
Yes, what we did is the same time we made a base rate case filing on June the 29th of 2020. At the same time, in a separate filing, we filed to do exactly what you just explained, to use a portion, $10.8 million of the ADFIT to offset delinquencies for customers through May the 28th, and that's what we did at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Bensel, I wonder if staff could pull up a company response to one of the commission's data requests.
Which data request?
That is PSE 2-42. And the response was filed on, pulling it up here, July 21, 2020. And I can give you the page number too, if that would help.
Okay, thank you. Zach?
Hi. Can I get the repeat of the document name?
Sure. It's the Commission's second data request, and it's item number 42. And the company's responses were filed on July 21. I believe that's where you'll find it in the docket.
Zach, if it helps, it's document 16 in the index list. I appreciate everyone's patience with this process. There are thousands of documents in this, and I know that staff has them all saved, and getting through them may take a moment.
Thank you, Ms. Wenzel.
And Mr. Cook, what was that PDF pagination?
Page 617. There we go. Yes. Mr. Madison, my question, I think, is it appears that you sponsored this response to this data request. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let's see, looking at the last paragraph of your response, do you agree that the sum of $104,033 in expense from the AEPSC Federal Affairs Office representing lobbying expense is included for recovery from ratepayers in this application?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And your rebuttal testimony made no reference regarding this lobbying expense issue, isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct.
And sir, are you aware that the commission does not allow lobbying expense as an above-the-line expense for recovery from ratepayers?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that Kentucky Power's revenue requirement needs to be reduced by that sum in recognition of that fact?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
Okay. In your rebuttal, you characterized the mitigation measures proposed by AGKIUC witness Collin as extending the ADFIT offset an additional 6 months. Are you familiar with that? I can give you the site. Yeah, it's on pages 5 through 6 of your rebuttal if you need to pull that up.
I'm there.
Okay. And do you see where you characterize Mr. Collins' proposal, and I'm quoting here, as extending the ADFIT offset an additional 6 months? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true, however, that Mr. Collins' proposal is actually to extend the excess deferred income tax offset an additional 12 months, but at 50% of the first year offset?
I'm not sure without looking at Mr. Collins' original statement, and I don't have it here.
Okay, I understand. A few days ago, AEP, your parent company, made a presentation at the EEI conference that included capital spending projections for the operating companies over the next 4 years. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And Kentucky Power is projected to undergo $1 billion in CapEx over that same time frame. Isn't that correct?
What's that time frame?
4 years, according to the presentation that was given.
Mr. Cook,
Yes.
is there a document to which you'd like to refer or Mr. Madison should be referring?
I don't have it, but it's easily accessible on the internet.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have that document in front of me, and quite honestly, I didn't listen to the EEI presentation.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Could I ask in a post-hearing data request, I know you don't have it available now, in a post-hearing data request, could you provide Kentucky Power's projected capital spending over the next 4 years?
Sure, we'd be glad to.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have at this time.
All right, Mr. Kurtz, questions?
Well, I just wanted to interject for Mr. Cook's benefit. That EEI presentation is.
Stop just a second. Yes, Ms. Vincent, what?
We need to clarify that we need to stop the screen share when we can return back to the testimony.
Oh. Okay, all right. So now we need to do what now? We need to go back to,
Now we're good with Mr. Kurtz.
okay. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor. I just
Kurtz,
want to
you
point
have-
out that the document that Mr. Cook was referring to is AG CAD-UC Hearing Exhibit 1. The Edison Electric Institute financial report. But am I okay to go forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Mr. Matson.
Good morning.
When the Rockport unit power agreements expire, what will be the fixed cost savings for Kentucky Power?
Okay, we need to, Mr. Kurtz, may have to repeat that question.
I know.
It was difficult to hear, and the court reporter could not hear the question.
Your Honor, this is Carrie Grun. This is Carrie Grun from Walmart. It sounds as though Tom Fitch.
So you can take them out to the park again.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Mr. Kurtz?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
When the Rockport unit power agreements expire at the end of 2022, what is the projected fixed cost savings for Kentucky Power?
I'm not sure, Mr. Kurtz. I would refer you to Witness Vaughn.
Witness on, okay. Do you know the status of the decommissioning of Big Sandy Unit Number 2, basically?
To a degree, but to get into the details of that, Witness Tim Kearns, who has taken over for Deb Osborne, would be the gentleman that would know that in more detail.
Okay. There was $21 million of decommissioning expense in the test year. Do you know when the bulk of that decommissioning process will be over, and so the decommissioning rider would trend downward and be a lower bill for consumers?
The bulk of the work should be over by mid-year 2021 to the end of the year of 2021. So I think 2021 is when that should lessen. The bulk of that work.
And who's the correct witness?
Tim Kearns.
Okay. There was a reference to the TCJA settlement that was entered into between KIUC and Kentucky Power. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that.
You're familiar that that there's a Tax Cuts and Jobs Act credit on people's bills as a result of the reduction in the corporate income tax rate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you're familiar with the complaint that Kentucky Power filed to change the settlement agreement mid-year of this year? To use $10.8 million as a reduction to the past, to make up for the past due bills of consumers?
Right. You said it was a complaint?
Yes, to change the settlement agreement.
Yes. You're talking about the one I mentioned earlier on June the 29th that we filed to mitigate the delinquencies, the $10.8 million?
Yes.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
So I take it it's Kentucky Power's belief and approach that settlement agreements can be modified by the commission if it's reasonable to do so.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you cut out on the very first part of that. I caught 3/4 of what you said, but I didn't catch the first of it. I'm sorry.
Is it your understanding?
I'll object to the extent that Mr. Kurtz is asking for a legal opinion.
Well, I don't want a legal opinion, but is it your understanding, based upon your complaint to change the settlement agreement, that settlement agreements are subject to commission jurisdiction to review for reasonableness, and they can be changed?
I think the commission can do that in any case, sure.
Okay. Would that apply to the 2004 capacity credit settlement agreement?
I'm not sure about that. That is something that the commission would have to rule on.
But you're
I
sure
can't
about
speak for them.
You're sure about the other settlement agreement?
What do you mean, am I sure about it?
Well, you said you're sure the commission can change the tax settlement agreement, but you're not sure about the capacity credit settlement agreement?
I was giving you an overall view, not particular to the $10.8 million. My view is the commission has the authority to do as they choose, not necessarily specific to the 10.8, but in any instance.
Could I ask, I would like to ask a series of questions on this marked as AG KIUC hearing exhibit number 1, which is the AEP presentation to the EEI financial conference in November of 2020. If we could have that put up on the screen, I'd just like to walk through it chronologically.
Chairman, if I may, Mr. Kurtz, is this one of the Attorney General KIUC's exhibits?
Yes, Nancy. Hearing exhibit number 1.
Thank you. So Zach and Travis were looking for the Attorney General's hearing exhibit number 1.
Thank you.
And if you'll please rotate the view.
That's great, thank you. As president of Kentucky Power, I assume you're generally familiar with the corporate activities of AEP, your parent?
In general, that would be true.
Okay. Can we go to page 6 of this document to start with? The EEI key themes.
I'm there.
Okay. The very first one is 5 to 7% earnings growth rate, and 2021 range. What is a 5 to 7% earnings growth rate?
Well, I think, not trying to be facetious, it's exactly what it says from the corporate perspective. AEP is planning to grow as they have for the last several years at 5 to 7% in earnings.
Okay. At the very bottom, what is ESG focusing and transition toward a clean energy future? What does ESG mean?
Environment, societal, and governance.
Why is that important?
Well, it's extremely important when you look across the spectrum of the country, where we are as a country, and you consider what begins to be a very important issue to individuals whenever you talk to them, survey them, and listen, as the purpose of this EEI conference is, that carbon footprint is a big issue. So this is a movement towards a more sustainable future, i.e. environment and societal, and then the governance to make that happen. That's what that means.
And it's an important factor in your stock price and in your credit ratings, is it not? Isn't it something that people take into account, Blackstone Group, et cetera, in terms of AEP stock?
I'm sure it's a factor.
Okay. Can we go to page 11 of this document?
I'm there.
Okay. And then we have ESG focus. This is a little bit more detailed. So the reduction, 42% reduction coal capacity by 2030 is something that helps in your ESG ratings, so to speak.
I believe it could be a factor.
Kentucky Power is primarily coal-fired at this point, correct? The 780 megawatt Mitchell unit will be your primary generation source once the Rockport contracts expire in 2 years. Is that correct?
It and you have to include into that the Big Sandy gas-fired plant.
Right. The 260 megawatts, Big Sandy about? Big Sandy 1?
Approximately.
Okay. All right. And Mitchell's not scheduled to retire until 2040, is that correct?
That is what it is today.
Okay, let's go to page 25 of this document. Can you scroll down up a little bit more? Okay. At the very bottom, it says that 5 to 7% earnings per share growth is predicated on regulated rate-based growth. Does that mean you grow your earnings by growing rate base?
That's what it says, yes.
You could also grow earnings by cutting costs, could you not?
You could do that. That is an option, and it's one that we are very much involved in. AEP as a company, beginning at the end of last year, took on, and I know that our chairman has talked about this from time to time in the various meetings that he's been in. I'm sure he may have mentioned this at EEI. Don't know for sure, but achieving excellence is a way to transform what we're doing, looking at opportunities to where we can reduce costs, maybe use robotics and different things from that perspective. So we're always scrutinizing our costs and trying to do things in a least cost manner.
Okay. So this is not unique to AEP. Regulated utilities grow earnings by growing rate base, as opposed to cooperative utilities that do not have that same incentive. Would you agree with that statement?
I would agree that a co-op and an investor-owned utility operate very differently.
And because your sales are flat or even declining, as you grow rate base, essentially, and sales are flat or negative, the cost per unit of electricity on consumers goes up necessarily. That's the way the math works.
It's just a numerator-denominator equation for sure, and we have been in a declining load growth, unfortunately, for the last couple of years.
Hence the dilemma, as you grow rate base to grow earnings and sales are flat or negative, you have the effect of, to the extent there's any elasticity of demand, people will use less of the product because it costs more, and now the rate increase is even higher.
Well, that's a fundamental economic equation for sure that you just described, but whenever I refer back to our rebuttal testimony, page 3, where the ROE at the end of September was 5.3%, the company, I'm talking specific about Kentucky Power and not AEP, has an obligation to serve and take care of our customers and do so in a manner where they can have reliable, affordable electricity, but the company has to be healthy. And so in this declining growth, and we have ROEs of that, we would have come into the commission much sooner than we would now, but as we know in the last rate case, we had a 3-year stay out, and so we could not come in until now, or we'd have been in earlier.
Okay. Can we turn to page 28 of this agreement, of this document? That's it. You see the small circle, Kentucky Power, that's the same 5.3% return on equity that you just cited?
That is correct.
So the small circle means that Kentucky Power is a small piece of AEP, is that right?
It's one of the smaller operating companies, yes it is.
So Kentucky Power is dragging down the overall return of AEP corporate, right?
I think when one looks at this chart and sees the average of what's going on in the other jurisdictional utilities, it's apparently obvious where Kentucky Power is.
Over the you haven't been in your, how long have you been in your position?
Approximately 2 years.
Kentucky Power's always been an earning laggard, so to speak, in the AEP system, has it not?
I'm not sure that they always have. Always is a pretty absolute word, so I'm not sure if that would be the right connotation.
Fair enough. Last 10 years?
Possibly, subject to check. I'm not sure.
On the right-hand side, there's the authorized equity layers, and we see that Kentucky Power was at 42% equity capitalization, moved up to 43%. That's an improvement of 1%. Did I read that correctly?
That's what it says, yes.
Why is that an improvement? Why does AEP want more equity capitalization in its operating companies?
Well, I would refer you to Witness Vaughn and Witness West to be able to tell you the particulars of why that's a good thing with the utilities.
Okay. AEP Transmission, it's a 55% equity capitalization. Those are the transcos, and we have a Kentucky Transco, an Ohio Transco, an Indiana Transco, et cetera. Is that what that is?
I'm assuming that is what that is, that's the transcos.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
And AEP likes high equity capitalization because that's the debt portion is just simply a pass through of the interest expense. The profit margin's made on equity, correct?
I would assume that to be true.
Page 53. Do you see the $10,166,000,000 PJM transmission expenditure? And I think it's actually, Mr. Cook was saying 4 years. I think it's a 5-year period, 21, 22, 23, 25, a 5-year period. Is that
What was that amount? What was the amount?
10.166 billion?
Yeah, I see that.
And Kentucky Power is about 5.6% of AEP East, which is the PJM footprint, correct? I'm on a 12 CP basis.
That would be correct.
So Kentucky Power's share of that $10,166,000,000 5-year CapEx spend would be approximately $569 million.
Yes.
That includes transmission growth in all of AEP East, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, and Tennessee, correct?
It includes all growth in PJM.
Okay, it's those states that I just enumerated. It's just the state that AEP is in PJM. It's not New Jersey or Pennsylvania.
They're in, those states you mentioned are included in that.
And then at the bottom, we see the investment categories: asset replacement, local reliability, RTO driven, et cetera. Do you see those?
Yes.
How do Kentucky ratepayers benefit from local reliability transmission investments in Michigan?
Well, the RTO, which is PJM that we're a member of, was a requirement of the merger between AEP and CSW. And as a result of that, it was approved by the commission in around 2004, 2005. And it gives great benefit to Kentucky ratepayers to be a part of an RTO. You do not want Kentucky Power to be an island sitting out there by itself. For example, if we were to lose transmission, if we were to lose Mitchell and Big Sandy at the same time, how could you get generation into our customer base? You couldn't. Lights would go out. So there are benefits for being a member of the RTO and PJM. And the amount that we spend in transmission in Kentucky has moved and changed over the last couple of years as a result of some economic development opportunities that we have had to move out because they moved their timeline. But there is great benefit by being a member of an RTO.
There certainly is, but it's not mutually exclusive that Kentucky Power, being a member of PJM, has to be in the AEP zonal footprint, paying for local transmission investments in Michigan. Isn't that true? Kentucky Power could be a standalone member of PJM, get the same benefits without paying.
I don't know that that's true, but I would refer you to witness Kelly Pierce. He is our PJM expert, and he can better answer those type questions than I can.
Are you familiar that East Kentucky Power Cooperative is a standalone member of PJM?
No, I'm not.
Do you know? Dayton Power and Light, Little Bitty Utilities, is a standalone member of PJM. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
What about Duke Energy, Kentucky, and Ohio? They're one grouping, but they're a standalone PJM member. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Has, in your tenure as president, has Kentucky Power looked at standalone membership in PJM?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Have you looked at joining the East Kentucky Power Cooperative zone and not the AEP zone?
No, we have not.
Your service area overlaps with East Kentucky, does it not?
It does.
And you have basically served the same customer base, don't you? Largely, at least, that right?
Very similar in certain areas.
Page 54 of this document, please. Next page. Here we have on an AEP total company basis some transmission asset statistics, life expectancy, current warranty over life expectancy, replacement needed over the next 10 years, percent of AEP system. You see all those statistics in the right-hand side?
I see them.
Have you ever seen those statistics? Presumably, to get the AEP total, somebody had to look at each operating company. Have you seen those statistics for Kentucky Power as a standalone basis?
No, I have not.
Are you aware that one of the Attorney General KIUC recommendations is the Commission open an investigation into the transmission costs of Kentucky Power?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware of that recommendation in Mr. Barron's testimony?
No, I'm not.
If the commission, let's just assume that that is the AG KIUC recommendation and assume the commission were to adopt it, would Kentucky Power be able to provide these type of transmission statistics on a Kentucky Power only basis?
Yes, we could.
Next page is 55, please. It's titled Stable Cost Recovery Framework. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
We're still talking about transmission, are we not?
That's what this page is referring to, yes.
And we see that Kentucky is listed as partial tracker rider recovery.
Yes.
And that's because in the last rate case settlement and commission order, 80% of the incremental transmission cost increases run through the PPA rider of Kentucky Power.
Yes, not 100%, but 80%, that's correct.
And your position in this case, of course, is that it should move up to 100%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the AG KIUC position is it should go back to the old way of doing business, just base rate recovery. Is that
I am
correct?
familiar with that. Yes.
Okay. Why do investors like tracker recovery or rider recovery?
Well, I would assume that they realize that their costs are going to be recovered, and there's a mechanism in place for that to happen.
If the commission were to approve Kentucky Power's proposal of 100% rider recovery of incremental transmission expense, that would mean that, for example, for the Transco transmission cost increases, that would be reflective of a 10.35% return on equity that FERC is authorized. That 10.35% would automatically flow through.
At that percentage, yes.
Okay, and it would be and this is, you can see it at the top there, the 9.85 base plus 50 basis point RTO adder. That's 10.35%. That's the return on equity that FERC actually authorizes for all of the operating companies as well as the transcos on transmission. Isn't that correct?
That is a FERC-regulated rate of return. That is correct.
So if the commission went with rider recovery, the commission would be passing through a return on equity that's higher than what you're asking for in this case.
I'm not sure that I would characterize it like that.
And it would certainly be higher at 10.35%. Would be higher than what the AG and KIUC are recommending at 9%, would it not?
Well, sure, 10.35 is higher than 9%.
And the equity rate capitalization for the transcos would be 55%, and for the operating companies would be their actual capital structure. Is that the way you understand how it would work?
Referring back to the inset on, I don't remember the page number, but that's how it was displayed, yes.
page 58. Okay. Says, well positioned to capture potential new transmission investments necessary to link clean, resource-rich areas to customers. Well, what is capture? That's because AEP wants these transmission investments. They want to capture them because it's rate base and adds to earnings. Is that the right way to read this?
That's the way that I read it, yes.
Just a few more on this document. Okay, page 79. Okay, CAGR, compound annual growth rate of 5% for Kentucky Power, projected through 2025. Is that correct?
That is what we would hope for, yes.
And at the top it says Kentucky Power projected rate-based proxy. So the increase to rate base is the proxy for earnings growth, correct?
Yes. In a regulated, vertically integrated electric utility, that is correct.
And then at the right, we see normalized gigawatt hour sales, a 6.4% reduction in 2020 estimated, and a 1.6% estimated in 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as you grow the rate base to grow earnings and sales go down, it necessarily means the costs go up on consumers. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know, you've been at your job in 2 years, and it's a difficult situation because Eastern Kentucky is a tough service territory, but does this business model make sense for a depressed economic area like Eastern Kentucky?
Well, I think whenever you look at it in a whole, and what we have to do is, no one could have anticipated, for example, AK Steel shutting down, which they did in December. Bellefonte Hospital, that employed 1,000 people, significant load, they shut down as well. No one anticipated those things happening. There's no doubt the coal industry has been hampered significantly. When you go back 10 years, there was close to 15,000 employees in the coal business. There's now less than 3,000, talking about actual workers in the coal mines. When you look at that same time period, 90 plus million tons of coal. Now it's down to 13 million. It's just in a death spiral, unfortunately. Well, that area that we're in Eastern Kentucky was built off the coal industry and the steel industry. And it's in an issue right now of transforming that. That's why, under the leadership of Matt Satterwhite, economic development was such a big deal, and it still is. We've got to grow the base, and you've referred to it multiple times, that when you lose load, it costs everybody. There's no doubt about it. So that's why we have to continue to develop our area. It has a great skill set, as I mentioned earlier in questions with DashCore, and how well that those employees are doing and compared to another country's output. They're doing excellent. So we've got the skill set, we've got the area, and in fact, yesterday I met with a significant economic development prospect yesterday morning in Eastern Kentucky, and I can't divulge the name because they operate under code names, as you know, whenever they're looking, but this is a very legitimate entity and business that could employ 300 to 600 employees. That's exactly what we need in Eastern Kentucky, and then you'll see those negative numbers move to positive numbers as it goes forward.
Amen. I think everyone would agree with that. And I thought that example about the one shift productivity equals 3 in Canada was fascinating. So no one disagrees with that, I'm sure. But why, if you've got a shrinking business, why isn't your rate base shrinking? Most businesses, if sales are down, they downsize. Why are you upsizing in a shrinking sales environment?
Well, we have an obligation to provide a certain level of service to customers. We have to provide reliability. We have an obligation to serve. Unlike other businesses. We're not like other businesses. So we cannot let our systems fail, and rates are determined by what we put in those rate bases from the products and services that we offer. And as you know, we serve in a least cost manner. So if the company is unhealthy, that means our customers are not getting the products and services that they deserve and they should have, and we have to maintain that and keep it going.
But you're contributing to the death spiral. You're increasing rate base to grow earnings at the same time that sales are shrinking, which will cause sales to shrink more.
Well, Eastern Kentucky and Witness Phillips can address this in more depth. And as you know, the topography there is much different than a lot of the other utilities across the footprint. And the ones you mentioned earlier across the AEP footprint, it's heavily forested, it's mountainous terrain. Whenever we have to remove a hazard tree that's outside the right-of-way may be no wider than a 2-lane road. And I've been involved and watched and witnessed when we've had to lock a road down, shut it down for an entire 9 hours just to remove one tree. So providing service in our footprint is different than many of the other utilities.
Doesn't it make this difficult situation even worse by having Kentucky Power, I'll use the word subsidize, transmission investments throughout the AEP system?
No, I don't believe it makes it worse. As I described earlier, it is very beneficial to be a member of an RTO. And again, Kelly Pierce is the proper witness to address that in detail.
But I think that's a false choice. You don't have to be in the AEP zone to be a member of PJM. And to the extent that that's what the current PJM tariffs state, it's a rate and it can be changed, can it not?
I'll object again to the extent Mr. Kurtz is asking Mr. Madison to provide legal opinion testimony regarding how or whether a PJM tariff may be modified.
Well, I'll simplify it. You're, as the president of the utility, you know that you're regulated, and you can go to the regulator and ask for changes to tariffs. That's not a legal conclusion. That's a business reality, is it not?
No, I think it is a business reality when you talk about change in tariff, but you're not only talking about change in tariff, you're talking about fundamentally shift as a member of PJM and an RTO to do something totally different. And I would refer to the experts from an electrical perspective, how that actually would happen, what you would do with current charges, cost, et cetera. And that would need to be a different witness than me that can give you the detail you're looking for on that.
Okay. Well, one last couple set of questions. This is AG KUC hearing exhibit number 3. And then I will. Okay. Okay. This is a PJM document. You see AEP at dollars per megawatt year of this is NITS. What do you know what NITS is? NITS is Network Integrated Transmission Service.
Yes, I do. That is how transmission owners recover their costs through the RTO PJM in this case.
Right. So this is the bulk of the transmission expense. There are other PJM costs, RTEC and administrative fees and so forth. But this is essentially the return on the transmission investment or the transmission owner, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. At $80,000 a megawatt year, Kentucky Power has a megawatt footprint of approximately 1,000 megawatts, 1,200. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well, just use 1,000 so the math is easy. So the NITS, and this is the AEP average. This is Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Kentucky Transco, Indiana Transco, and so forth. The average is $80,306 a megawatt year, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, so Kentucky Power's fare will be about $80 million.
Correct.
1,000 megawatts.
Doing the math that we described, yes, that's what it'd be.
Okay. Midway through, we see East Kentucky Power Cooperative at $23,000 and $23,763 a megawatt a year. You see that?
I see it.
They operate in about the same part of the country, part of Kentucky that Kentucky Power does, do they not?
They do from a geographic perspective, yes.
And if their NITS transmission charge is about 25% of AEP average, correct?
From a mathematical perspective, that's correct.
Part of the reason is they don't pay federal or state income taxes because they're a cooperative. That would explain part of it, correct?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, a co-op and a investor-owned utility operate financially completely different. So if you're asking me to speak to how they can get that cost down to $23,000, I have no idea without doing a lot of investigation and data requests on the co-op to figure out what goes into that. I have no idea.
That's fair. If that rate applied to Kentucky Power instead of the $80,000, it's almost a $60 million a year differential.
Mathematically, yes.
Chairman Schmidt, those are all my questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel, I guess we need to, get back on the screen with the other attorneys?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, the counsel for Walmart, please advise whether or not she has any questions of the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. I have just a couple of questions. Good morning, Mr. Madison. How are you?
I'm fine. Good morning. Thank you.
Are you having any difficulty hearing me?
No, I can hear you fine.
Perfect. Earlier this morning, in response to some questions from Mrs. Vinsel, you discussed the rate mitigation measure that Kentucky Power has proposed with respect to the ROE in this matter. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And I think that what you said is that as a rate mitigation measure, that you have proposed an ROE that is 30 basis points below the ROE suggested by company witness McKinsey?
That is correct.
And that the value of that to customers is approximately $2.5 million?
Approximately, yes.
And so is it fair to say that the cost to customers as it relates to your currently authorized ROE is approximately $2.5 million between the 9.7 that you're currently authorized and the 10.0 that you're seeking in this proceeding?
Well, I hadn't done any studies to look at the difference between the 9.7 and 10.5, but logically that makes sense. However, Mr. McKinsey is the expert ROE witness on that, and he may have more granular, numbers than I do on that. But we chose that 10% because it's actually less than what Mr. McKinsey recommended.
And Mr. Madison, who within Kentucky Power was responsible for the decision to seek a 10.0 ROE?
Well, when it came out as 10.3, I brought my senior team together and we decided, you could say I decided to move it to a 10.0.
Okay, so you would agree that you are ultimately responsible for the ultimate request of a 10.0 ROE in these proceedings?
That is correct.
And so nothing would have prohibited the company from not seeking an increased ROE in these proceedings?
Not seeking an increase of, are you referring back to the 9.7?
That's correct.
That would be true.
And do you happen to know whether Mr. McKenzie was your ROE witness in the 2017 rate case?
Yes, I believe he was.
And do you remember what the ROE was that he proposed in that rate case?
I am not sure. I think it was a 10, subject to check. I'm not exactly sure what it was that he proposed.
So subject to check, does a 10.3 also sound correct?
It could be, but I'm not 100% sure.
And Mr. Madison, you understand, and I think you reflected in your testimony, that as rate base continues to shrink in your territory, that fewer customers are going to be asked to pay more simply because there are fewer available to pay your costs. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so don't you think that that fact, in the same way that it has encouraged you to seek a rate increase as part of this case, is another reason not to seek an increased ROE in this case?
No, not necessarily. I think that whenever you look at several factors, and again, I'll let Mr. McKenzie give the granularity, but I do know that when he forward looked at the forecast, if you take the S&P 500, he expects it to be a 12.3%, and again, he can speak to that, but he's got very sound logic and reasoning as to why he came up with a requested 10.3. When I look at unemployment across the state of Kentucky, if you look at all of Kentucky, unemployment levels are back to where they were pre-COVID. When you look in our service territory, ours in eastern Kentucky are a bit higher than they are across the state. However, the unemployment statistics are back to what they were pre-COVID as well. So that's why we did the mitigations that we offered, the reduction of the 30 basis points, the capacity charges, and the accumulated deferred federal income tax for a one-year offset to where a customer wouldn't pay any increased cost until January of 2022.
I feel like you're conflating a couple of terms, so I just want to make sure. You're talking about unemployment numbers now and where they sit today as we sit here today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But the rate mitigation measures that you offered were set forth in your testimony that was filed months before under different unemployment numbers.
June the 29th.
And do you have any concept, Mr. Madison, whether we're talking about the 10.3 or the 10.0, how an ROE that high would compare to ROEs awarded throughout the country?
I would refer you to Witness McKenzie.
So it's fair to say that you are not aware.
No, I didn't say that. I would refer you to get to the detail though of Witness McKenzie.
No, I'm happy to seek that detail with Mr. McKenzie, but the question for you is, are you aware as to how that would relate to ROEs awarded throughout the country?
I have seen from time to time different ROEs awarded across the country, yes.
And have you seen ROEs awarded in the last 18 months at a 10.3?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So I think you testified a minute ago that you believe Mr. McKenzie's analysis to be sound and reliable. Is that fair?
I do.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Would counsel for Kentucky Solar Industries Association please, I guess, check in on the video?
Yes,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
Bernard, good to see you again. Do you have questions for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman, Casilla does not have any questions for this witness.
It's about 12 minutes until 11, and we have some people here that need to take a short break. So we'll go into recess until 11 o'clock, at which time we'll return and see if Mr. Fitzgerald has any questions for the witness. Yes, and we got them. Are we on the record? Okay, we're back on the record. Insofar as screen share, I guess we can see if all of the attorneys now on. All right. Let me say this, Miss Bland, attorney for Kentucky Power. I couldn't understand when you, I didn't know if you had an objection, or I know you interjected a couple of times during Mr. Kurtz's cross. You may have to take off your mask or something and maybe turn away from the witness and speak into the microphone. It's difficult to hear, I guess, in the size room. Our IT person here said that it was probably the microphones, which are for conferencing or good in a conference room like our hearing room, but we're on one of a program like this that basically they don't transmit the voice very well. So I wanted to give you an opportunity. I didn't understand. I thought maybe you were objecting, but I couldn't hear, and I don't think the court reporter could either. So if you want to object, I think you probably ought to take off your mask or raise your hand or something to let me know, so we'll give you an opportunity to articulate your position, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you hear me better now with my mask off and speaking a little more
I
close
can.
to the microphone?
It was like Mr. Overstreet. You just about have to get into the microphone before you can be heard, but nobody can understand what it is you're saying. So, and I think, I guess, I know Mr. Kurtz is probably blocked, but I know he's listening. Mr. Kurtz, I think the court reporter had difficulty hearing some of your questions, so it may be, I guess, a suggestion from our staff here was to maybe get a little closer to the mic. There were some instances where you were, your image was basically fading in and out too, but I don't think that's a problem as much as making sure that what you're saying, your questions actually get on the record. I'm sure they have, but I think it's, we just want to, going forward, give you an opportunity to make things a little better. All right, Mr. Fitzgerald, on behalf of the joint intervenors, do you have questions for the President of Kentucky Power?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Madison, I'm Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the Mountain Association, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, and the Kentucky Solar Energy Society. If I ask a question that you don't understand, please just ask me to reframe it and don't try to guess. At the September 30th FERC conference, technical conference on carbon pricing and organized wholesale electricity markets, you noted in your written remarks that, quote, environmental impact is a priority to AEP and its subsidiaries, and reducing carbon dioxide emissions is an important step towards reducing our environmental footprint. Consistent with this priority, AEP's generation fleet has transformed significantly over the past 2 decades, resulting in a 65% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions from 2000 to 2019. AEP expects our 2050 goal to exceed an 80% reduction and to achieve larger reductions with an aspiration of zero emissions. AEP will add more than 8,000 megawatts of regulated wind and solar generation through 2030. Thus, AEP continues to move to transform the energy industry to provide for cleaner generation, end quote. Do you recall those remarks?
You're referring to the technical conference that at the time Chairman Chatterjee put on with FERC that was
yes.
Carbon pricing and organized market, September 30th?
Yes, and I just read. Yes, I do
remember that.
Okay, good. Do I understand from your comments that AEP and its subsidiaries believe that, quote, cleaner generation, end quote, through reduction of the carbon footprint of electrical generation is a positive goal for the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do AEP and its subsidiaries own any solar generation capacity?
Yes, we do.
Okay, is there any in the KPC service area?
Not yet, but we came, I hate to say it like this, but we came very close at the beginning of the year to having one down in the Pikeville area. We've been working on it for quite some time. It was going to be 20 megawatts that we were going to be able to get online, and we had 5 parcels of land that we were working with a third party. Everything was good except for the 5th parcel of land that was required for the acreage for the solar. Had not been mitigated properly from a coal reclamation standpoint, and so we've gone back to try to figure out where can we, do another one. So we weren't successful in getting that one off the ground, but we are actively looking to do another one. So we don't have a concern.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. Does the addition of wind and solar generation bring value to the company by assisting in meeting the carbon reduction goals and that aspirational goal of zero emissions?
Yes, it does, a renewable source.
Okay. Is it only utility-owned solar generation that contributes to those goals, or does distributed solar contribute to the achievement of those goals?
I think you can do both whenever the tariffs are structured in a sense that's beneficial. You can accomplish it with both.
Okay. If approved, would the Kentucky Power Company proposal to reduce the value of fed-in electricity from rooftop solar encourage or discourage customers from taking service under your proposed new tariff?
Could you repeat I didn't hear the first part of that.
Sure. If it's approved, would the KPC proposal to reduce the value of the credit for fed-in electricity encourage or discourage customers from taking service under the new NMS2 tariff?
I'm not sure if it will encourage or discourage, but I do know that the tariff needs to be correct to where we don't have subsidiaries being paid from those that aren't gaining benefit, and Alex Vaughn, our witness Vaughn, will be the one to be able to answer that question on this hearing.
I appreciate that. We'll be exploring that at length. In your written remarks, you also noted that the cost of energy is particularly important in areas that are experiencing economic hardships, such as Kentucky Power's retail service territory. Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to questioning from then Chairman Chatterjee, you stated that, quote, at Kentucky Power, our focus is always, AEP as well, on the end-use customer. Do you remember that as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You also noted that in Kentucky, particularly on the eastern side, it has been devastated from loss of jobs both in steel and in the coal industry. Do you disagree with the direct testimony of James Owen that the impact of COVID-19 on KPC customer service territory has resulted in increased job loss, higher unemployment rates, greater risk of eviction, greater risk of utility disconnections, an increase in permanently closed businesses, and COVID-related illness and death?
Well, I don't know that I agree with all of that. I know COVID has had an impact not only in the eastern Kentucky footprint, but across all areas of the country, the United States I'm talking about. And the comments I'll refer back to, I'm assuming you're going back to the FERC conference from September the 30th. When we talked about in the context that Chairman Chatterjee was asking me, he was asking was carbon pricing a priority for the customers of Kentucky Power Company. And what I was saying is that it's important to them. However, there's other things that are just as important, if not more important, in the context of their energy reliability, pricing, etc. That's the context of that response that I gave to Chairman Chatterjee on September the 30th. When you go back,
I'm sorry.
When you look at, you ask about COVID and the impacts and business closures, et cetera. No doubt, again, it's had an effect on areas across the country. But as I mentioned earlier, when you look at unemployment rates, they're back to, in our footprint, pre-COVID dates. So that would tell one, when you look at that the folks have been able to get back employed and be able to draw a wage.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe, or does Kentucky Power believe, that in determining whether a proposed utility rate is fair, just, and reasonable, that a consideration of the economic circumstances of the end-use customers is appropriate?
Yes, I think it's appropriate, and that's why I'll refer back to what I said earlier about the mitigations that we took in this case, kind of in an unprecedented way that the company's willing to make some short-term sacrifices in our credit metrics by offering the ADFIT over the 12-month period of time where rates would be effective in January of 20 through the end of the year, or 21 rather, and then not paying those new rates by customers until January of 2022, plus a reduction in an ROE that an expert witness had told us what would be appropriate, the capacity charges, that we took all that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Do you agree that the interest of shareholders in maximizing the value of their interest has to be balanced with the conflicting interests of end-use customers in keeping rates affordable?
Well, I think you have to look at it from Kentucky Power Company's perspective. What's the health and viability of the company at the time? That's the reason why you come in for a rate case. I referred several times to my rebuttal testimony on page 3, where you have the diagram and chart. Mr. Kurtz in the EEI presentation also pointed it out of the current 5.3% ROE. That is not sustainable for the company going forward for any length of time to be able to provide the service that we're required to as a company. So when you look at what we do for our customers, we have to be a strong, viable company. Shareholders, no doubt, own shares of AEP stock. Kentucky Power contributes to the outcome of AEP. However, in this case, we're focused on Kentucky Power.
I thought you were always focused on the end user.
Well, we're focused on the end user of the customers, how we make our decisions, which is, I look at Kentucky Power as a company, which encompasses our customers, our employees, the communities, every single thing in our footprint.
Okay. I just have a couple more questions, and I appreciate your patience. You had mentioned that the context of your comments that I read earlier was that the then Chairman Chatterjee had asked if the reduction of the carbon footprint was a priority for Kentucky Power. If I understood you right, you said, well, it is not probably the highest priority for Kentucky Power's customers at this point. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Where does replacing meters that are still functional with AMI fall in terms of priorities for the end-use customers in the Kentucky Power area?
Well, I think AMI meters are right in line with what is needed for our customers in the eastern footprint of Kentucky. When you talk about those that are economically challenged, there's no better way to help them than an AMI meter, because it puts them in control of their power. And what I mean by that is, if you think about it, if you go put gas in your automobile, you choose how much gas you're putting in it. You know how far it's going to go based on how many miles per gallon. They're able to see that with an AMI meter, where today they cannot see that. You have fees and charges that are assessed whenever someone is delinquent, and we have to unfortunately go disconnect their power. We physically have to send somebody out right now to pull the meter out of the socket, put boots on it, and plug it back in the socket. With an AMI meter, you do not have to do that. You can do it remotely. So as soon as that customer is paid for a disconnect, then they can be reconnected within as little as 10 minutes automatically. Today, we send a servicer out. If he's on the way to reconnect someone for a disconnection and he gets a call that someone's hit a car or a car's hit a pole at an intersection and there's an outage, that servicer is going to that outage. And it can be 4, 5, 6, 8 hours, who knows how long before service is restored. It also has a function that you cannot do today with AMR meters called FlexPay. It gives the customer the ability to choose how much they're going to pay on their electric bill. Today, it's really a one-way equation with an AMR meter. They get a bill, here's the amount, here's the due date. They don't have that flexibility. In an outage situation, it's outstanding. We had an Easter storm that lasted 7 to 8 days. We had to physically get in vehicles and drive out to locations and premises to see if customers had power or not. With an AMI meter, it'll tell you instantly if they have power or not. And one of the main things about our current platform, the AMR meter, it used to be an electromechanical meter. Nobody manufactures electromechanical meters anymore. There used to be multiple vendors for the AMR meter. There now is only one vendor. That's it. So most of our meters that we have on system have surpassed their useful life, and we have failure rates far exceeding the ability soon into the future that we'll be able to replace AMR meters, because you can't get them. And so we have to do something. And you'll see from witness Blankenship that will get in great more detail than I am on this, that if we went to a different AMR type meter, not the one that we have now, the next level, we'd have to spend $22 million to put those meters in, and they would be obsolete in a short period of time. We're suggesting the AMI meter because as technology changes and advances, this is a benefit of the customers, as I stated earlier, that will put them more in control of their power usage. We'll be able to have tariffs that you can do the time of day type rate. They can see exactly what they're using, when they're using it. It's a very good platform for our customers and feel like that it will benefit them.
Your comments imply that there is an elasticity of demand on the part of your customers. Now, you have, I think it's fair to say, a disproportionate number of fixed and low-income customers relative to other utilities in the Commonwealth?
In the service footprint, yes, that would be true.
Okay, and have you done any surveying of those customers to determine if they have the capacity to utilize the AMIs in the ways that you've described?
You're talking about you're talking about their knowledge or understanding of the meters. So if you are, then Witness Wiseman would be the one to talk about how we plan to roll those AMI meters out. There's a plan, an educational piece of it that will last over a certain period of time during the deployment of those AMI meters.
Now, I was more referring, and I should have been more precise, to whether folks have broadband access and computers that would be necessary to allow them to gain access to the information.
Again, that would be Witness Blankenship, but as far as the functionality of the meter, you don't need broadband. It would be the network that we install would create the functionality of the meter.
Okay, thank you. Do you agree that that a rate, an ROE may be reasonable at one time, but may become too high or low by changes affecting the opportunities for investment, business conditions generally, or money markets?
I'm not sure that I'm following your question.
What I was asking is whether the rate of return or return on equity might be reasonable in one business context, but may become too high or too low based on changes affecting opportunities for investment, the money market, and business conditions.
The only way I know how to answer that is that could be true.
Okay. Can you explain, and this is the second to last question, do you agree with the principle that ratepayers should not be mandated to pay for investments made by a utility that are of no benefit to them?
I guess you're going to have to point me to what investments do we make that are not of benefit to a customer.
I'm just asking you as a principle whether you concur with that.
Well, it's hard for me to concur with that because we don't make investments that don't benefit customers.
Okay. Let me ask you the last question. Can you explain why it is that Kentucky Power has proposed a rate of return that is significantly higher than that granted in the most recent fully litigated case before the Public Service Commission at a time and for a region that pre-COVID had disproportionately high rates of unemployment, lower median incomes, and more significant poverty than the norm for Kentucky or the nation?
I would refer you to Adrian Kinsey as the expert on the ROE that we have in this case.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Madison.
Thank you. Would counsel for Sierra Club please, check in on screen share? Mr. Miller, do you have questions?
Mr. Miller, Your Honor.
Yeah. Do you have questions of this witness, Mr. Miller?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. No, Sierra Club does not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Fry for SVWA, do you have questions of the witness?
Good morning, Your Honor. No, we have no questions for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does counsel for Kentucky Power have redirect? I think you're on mute. You may be on mute. We can't, there's no sound.
What about now?
Now you are,
Can
I
you
think
hear
you're
me now,
okay.
Your
Sure.
Honor?
Redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Madison, do you still have a copy of AGKIUC, the company's response to AGKIUC data request number 2-42? It was the data request related to lobbying expense.
Yes, I do.
Is it your understanding that the $104,033 related to federal lobbying that is referenced in that response is included in the company's cost of service in this case?
No, it's not.
Thank you. And if there were further questions about that issue, who is the subject matter expert that could testify regarding the exclusion of those amounts from the cost of service?
Witness, Whitney would be the one.
Thank you. Will you please turn to AGKIUC hearing exhibit number 1, which is the EEI, 55th EEI Financial Conference PowerPoint presentation?
I'm there.
Thank you. Now, do you recall questions and a discussion that you had with counsel for KIUC regarding earnings growth as a driver versus O&M reductions as a driver for overall AEP earnings?
Yes, I do.
Will you please turn to page 10 of that exhibit?
I'm there.
Can you describe what this page of the exhibit relates to and how it relates to your earlier testimony?
Well, what I was, and you're referring to Mr. Kurtz, I believe, what I was trying to describe to him, and I used achieving excellence as one of those areas for optimization, especially and specifically related to our O&M reductions. And so I'll just, that's the lead out on the left-hand margin of the page is achieving excellence. There's also mentioned lean management system, data analytics, automation. I mentioned maybe about robotics, digital tools, use of drones, outsourcing, workforce planning, and strategic sourcing. And there's probably, 35 subsets of each one of those to the right that talk in more detail about what AEP in general is doing to optimize O&M.
Thank you. Have AEP and Kentucky Power been making efforts to reduce and optimize O&M over more than just the past year?
Absolutely. And specifically, when you look at our distribution, and Everett Phillips will be our witness later in the case, he can talk to the fact that going forward in 2021, our distribution expense in O&M is less than it is in 2020.
Thank you. Will you please turn to slide 33 of AGKIUC exhibit number 1?
Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask a question? Does Ms. Blend wish to have all of the parties look at these documents as she's going over them?
Did you hear the question, Ms. Bennett? Would you like to have all of the parties give them an opportunity to look at these documents as you are questioning the witness?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, and I appreciate Ms. Vinsel keeping us mindful of that as we are using a different format than normal. Could Commission staff please put AGKIUC exhibit number 1 on the screen at page 33? Thank you.
Zach, I think this is the incorrect exhibit. We're looking for the Attorney General's hearing exhibit 1. just for all council, sorry to do a logistical matter, if I may, Chairman. Because the room that our staff is in that are doing this is somewhere separate. If when a council wants a document to be screen shared, please clearly identify the document, and then wait until it's up to ask for a page. I think that might help speed along the process.
Is this the document that you requested, Ms. Bland?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. And specifically, I'd like to refer to page 33 of the document. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Madison, can you please describe what is shown on page 33 of this exhibit?
This is a graphical of what we're trying to do, and mentioned earlier about bending the O&M curve. In other words, really focusing on our expenses and trying to reduce O&M. And you can see, if you look at, just take 2018 to 2021 forecast, it was $3.1 billion in 18 of O&M for the corporation AEP specific, and in 2021 is 2.75, and you can see the trajectory is gliding downward.
Thank you. And the downward trajectory reflects a reduction in O&M.
Correct.
Now, continuing on this exhibit, if you'll please turn to page 53, and if staff could please navigate to page 53. Mr. Madison, do you recall questions from Mr. Kurtz regarding this slide?
Yes, I do.
The pie chart in the upper left-hand corner, and then also the investment on the right-hand side on a total basis, are those numbers specific to PJM, or are they total AEP numbers?
They're total AEP numbers, which would include all our jurisdictions.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler, do you have questions of the witness?
I do, Chairman. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I apologize, Mr. Madison. There's a lot that has been asked today, and I'm going to jump around quite a bit on some of the questions that you've given. Is there any way that staff can bring up that document that we were just referring to, which I think is AGKAUC hearing document number 1? And maybe Ms. Bland can also help for a second. What was the page number with the graphic that mentioned bending the O&M curve?
That's 33, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look.
33, thank you. So could we move that to 33 and then reduce the size of that document to 100% from 136%? Great, thank you. So just got a question about this for a minute as it relates to Kentucky Power. So assuming, and I know this appears at least to be $4 billion in O&M, so let's just assume this is not a Kentucky Power specific graph, that this is AEP wide, since we're talking about billions in O&M. The company's rate case in this matter is based on a test year ending March 31st of 2020, right? A historic test year?
That is correct.
And so insofar as the reductions from 2019 actual, there on the chart, on the table, go down in 2020 estimate and down in 2020 estimate revised and are expected to be lower in 2021 than 2019, how are those O&M, let's just assume that Kentucky Power's O&M is going to be doing something very similar to AEP's, how are those O&M, those revised estimates reflected in this case?
Well, again, Vice Chair, I would, when we talk about distribution specifically, Witness Phillips can speak to those specific numbers, and Brian West can as well, but they would be reflected in our case, like you said, that ended the test year of March 31 of 2020.
Right, but
I'm not.
if things have changed, is what I'm asking. Like earlier, just hypothetically here, or I guess this is in actuality. The test year ended March 31st of 2020, right? And that's your snapshot of company operations for the rates you're proposing in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And then there are pro forma adjustments made to that snapshot, right?
Right.
Okay, and so the case was filed at the beginning of June, so I assume you finalized the data at some point in April, May, or June, right?
I would say that is correct.
Okay, and so you were talking earlier about the reduction in the cost of contractors. How, if in response to COVID you've reduced the number of contractors, is that reduction in O&M expense seen anywhere on the customer's bill?
You talking about their current billing?
Yeah, at all. The current billing or in this rate case. If you've reduced that cost in response to COVID, but the numbers in the rate case were set prior to that reduction in cost, is any of the reduction in any of the reduction currently that you currently have or that you anticipate in regards to contractor costs in response to COVID, how is that included in the case? And separately, how is the reduction in your costs due to COVID O&M expenses, such as reducing contractor costs, make its way onto customers' bills either currently or in the interim?
I follow your question. That would be I would connotate it, but I would refer to Mr. West and Witness Vaughn as well. But we have reduced contractors, as I said earlier, during the last several months, and that expenditure is not included in, or reduction thereof is not included in this particular case. The hope is that this was an anomaly because of COVID, and that we would not, on an ongoing basis, have those similar contractors reduced, that we would be able to get back to full scale so that we could continue forward with those activities that they perform for us. This was in response to immediate COVID situation and an anomaly.
Yeah, and so I mean, you mentioned it as sort of a reduction in expenses when you were asked about reducing O&M expenses. But would you agree that insofar as it's not used, any reduction in expenses is not used to calculate rates, there is no dollar benefit to customers?
Well, there may not be a dollar benefit if, for example, the way that I would look at that is if this case was ruled on today, and then 2 years from now we reduce O&M expenses by 10 to 15% over those next 2 years, the next time we come in for a case, then those dollars would be reflected, and that is regulatory lag. As we all know, that's how it works.
I appreciate that, but the response you gave earlier about the reduction in contractors was talking about the impact of COVID and the concern about expenses and the impact of customers. But you would agree that insofar as those reductions aren't either long-term or currently included in a rate case, there is no material dollar benefit to customers.
To my knowledge, those reductions, and again, subject to check, depending on when we remove them from property, if you will, there may be some of those dollars in there. There may not. We would have to look at that through. I think Brian West and Alex Vaughn would be able to tell us exactly what those costs are.
Okay. And again, I am going to be jumping quite around quite a bit, so please excuse that. Earlier, you were asked by Mr. Kurtz about the Mitchell retirement, that it was currently slated for approximately 2040. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I just have to be honest. When you answered, I think your answer was something like, I think I tried to type it down real quickly. That is what it is today. Just the way you answered it kind of made me worry that that may not be what the answer is tomorrow. So let me ask, are you aware of any plans to change the retirement of the Mitchell plant?
No, I'm not. I do know that we've got a filing that we've got to put in by the end of this month, November the 30th, which, as I understand, that we would be filing for CCR and ELG on the Mitchell plant.
So let me ask this question differently. Are you aware of anything that would lead you to believe that the retirement of the Mitchell plant is not, that 2040 is not an accurate expectation of the retirement of the Mitchell plant?
No, I do not.
What is Kentucky Power going to do for their long-term capacity needs following the retirement? Well, so even before that, the Rockport expenses under the UPA expire, and I think we were talking about earlier as a December 31st date. I think one may retire a few days before the other, but they're both going to expire in December in 2 years, right?
Yeah, 2022.
So 25 months away from now, I think it's 195 megawatts each, right? So 390 megawatts that the company has. The expense for that just falls off the books, right?
Well, I'm not sure, and again, Witness Vaughn would be able to give the granularity to that. I'm not sure that it falls off the books. I know there's a mechanism that's already in place for year one after that expires for some recovery. I do know that. I don't know the dollar amount. Witness Vaughn can tell us that. And recently, we filed an IRP, Integrated Resource Plan, that talked about in the short term what we would do once we walked away from the Rockport agreement in December of 2022. And as my memory recalls, that would be some short-term market-type generation that we would go to the market for. And then it plays it on out over a number of years as to what we would need to do for more permanent, as you mentioned, long-term generation support.
So given the size of the costs that the UPAs represent as a portion of the company's revenues, have you been privy to conversations where there has been discussions about filing a rate case for rates effective January 1, 2023, given the implication of the expiration of the Rockport UPAs?
No, I have not had any discussions about a 2023 January 1 rate case filing.
So let me ask a very basic question about some of the conversation that was happening earlier. I think questioning from Mr. Kurtz about compound annual growth rate of rate base. What role do earnings expectations play in the company's investment decisions?
Well, I think they're an important role that it plays. If we are unable to return at a decent rate of return, which we are not right now, it's harder and harder to put investment in Kentucky Power because of the low ROE that's being achieved.
And so, in addition to that, if earnings play that role, then what does increasing earnings and increasing rate base have on the company's decisions for the purposes of driving earnings?
I'm not sure that I follow your question, Vice Chair.
Yeah, so the question you got asked earlier was the slide that mentioned that rate base was a proxy, right? Do you remember that rate base was a proxy? I think your answer was something like rate base is a proxy for earnings growth in a vertically integrated regulated utility.
Yes, I remember that.
So, but there are two different sides of this, right? There's meeting earnings expectations and providing for a return on investment. But in addition to that, there's also the growth of those earnings, correct?
Yes.
And so what does the growth of earnings or the growth of rate base as a proxy for earnings play in the company's investment decisions?
Well, I think they both are linked together. If your rate base is growing, your earnings are growing, you're going to be more susceptible to doing more investment in that particular entity for sure. And if you're growing and you're able to achieve your authorized ROE, there would never be a reason to come in for a rate case because you would be growing into your authorized ROE, and the growth would be sustaining the company and exceeding depreciation, et cetera. There'd be no need for a rate case.
Right, but there's a distinction between the amount you earn on investment and increasing the total amount of return, right? I mean, if you earn 10% on $1 million and you earn 10% on $2 million, that's materially different, right? Because the earnings is twice as much, even if the return is the same.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, does earnings growth drive the company? Does earnings growth expectations drive any portion of the company's investment decisions?
I think it does.
Okay. And how, I would ask then, how do you balance that with customer expectations? If you're only making investments that are needed, then how does the implication of making investments for the purposes of growing earnings factor into your decision making?
Well, all the investments we make are needed. I mean, and I'll refer to from a distribution perspective with Witness Phillips. Whenever you look at our infrastructure, there's opportunities in the pipeline that his engineering group has looked at that need to be done. And as that investment comes available, he's got what I would say the next project out that will be done, and it's needed, whether it's aged infrastructure, advancements of technology, et cetera.
So what is the limit then on the capital available for the capital that the company makes available for investment?
Well, I would refer to Witness West and Bond, but there is a balancing point. The tipping point is kind of what you're referring to in my mind, that a company can take on only so much investment, and then it gets your financial metrics in such a shape that you can't support it.
Yeah, but so that's on the company side. So what about the consideration of the cost of the customers?
Well, we always consider the cost to the customer. But if it's a reliability issue and we need to make that investment, we've got to figure out a way to do that to benefit the customer so that we can serve them adequately. And we always want to make sure that we're fair, just, and reasonable in everything that we do.
Yeah, but is there anything specific in regard to customers and the implications that investments or the growth of investments, of the growth of rate base, is there anything specific you can point me to that you all take into consideration on the customer side when making those decisions? Because I guess I hear a lot about the balancing, but I don't understand how that is actually implicated in reality.
Well, you have to look at, again, that, and when I talk about balance, I'm talking about where the company currently sits. I mentioned it earlier that had we not had a 3-year stay out, we would have been in far quicker than we are today. We would have come in much sooner. And I would say that would levelize the rate impacts and wouldn't have the spikes and the lumpiness that you have when you have a 3-year stay out or a 4-year stay out. You would come in more frequently as the investment has increased and the need and things that we need to do on behalf of the customers. We would do that sooner than later. But again, we had a 3-year stay out. But I'll go back to the mitigation that we've done in this case, thinking about the customer from the ADFIT, 1 year of not paying those new rates until January of 2022, reducing the ROE by the expert witness is about $2.5 million. Capacity charges, every one of those decisions were made on behalf of the customer.
Okay, so we'll talk about the mitigation in a minute, but just so I'm clear, is there any point in the process when you're looking at, I remember the chart, I don't remember what document it is, maybe it's in this AG's document, that the chart you were asked about that had that Kentucky Power's compound annual growth rate base as a proxy for earnings growth over 5 years would expect to be at an average 5% compound annual growth rate. Did you see that? You remember that?
Was that in the EEI presentation?
I believe it was. Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I do recall that.
So when you all look at that, and Kentucky Power knows that the compound annual growth rate of earnings and of rate base is going to be 5% over the next 5 years, does anybody take a step back and say, are we sure that customers can afford 5% growth rate?
Well, again, we're always talking about what customers can afford and what the impacts are on the customer. And I'll refer back to, as we mentioned earlier, about economic development. We get one of these to actually show up. It was in the past Brady, now it's Unity. If something like that happens and materializes, it cures a lot of ills. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that, I know Witness Satterwhite's coming up after me, but I think it was mentioned that in Brady, that had they come on, we would come back to the commission if we got into an over-earnings perspective and correct that on the benefit of the customer. Subject to check, I just recall, seems like I remember hearing that conversation.
Okay, so I'll move on. I'd like to talk for a minute. I'll come back to the mitigation measures, but I want to come back for a minute. A comment you made on questioning to Mr. Fitzgerald about AMI, and I guess I was surprised by the answer, and so I want to understand it better. But you said something along the effect that the best thing Kentucky Power could do for the struggling customers was to invest in the smart meters. And then you expounded on what you believe to be the customer benefit of AMI. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I answered that question in the context of his question about perfectly good meters that we have today. And the best thing we could do is replace those meters.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand that response. You're not saying in the absolute the best thing you can do for struggling customers is the smart meters. You're only answering that question in response to the absolute of let's just say there's a road with a fork, and you're saying go down the current path, go down the AMI path. That was the context in which you provided your answer.
Yes, because if you take the wrong fork with our current system, you're going to drive off a cliff because those meters are no longer supported. You cannot buy those meters. We're running out of those meters. And again, Witness Blankenship can tell you the specifics of how many failure rates we have, the obsolescence of those meters, and the limited supply that we have.
Yeah, and I've read the testimony on the AMI meters. I just want to make sure I understand your question very clearly. You weren't saying in the absolute that the best thing that Kentucky Power could do for struggling customers is to invest in the smart meters, correct?
I was not saying that is the sole thing that we can do, no.
Okay. I'd like to talk for a minute about the conversation regarding Kentucky Power's membership at PJM. So, are you aware of the history with Kentucky Power's proposal to join PJM as it relates to the Kentucky Public Service Commission?
Just vaguely, the highlights, I mean.
Thank you. And we'll talk about highlights. I would agree this would be a highlight. You're aware that the commission initially denied Kentucky Power's proposal to transfer control over its transmission system to PJM?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay, so you weren't aware that the commission initially denied Kentucky Power joining PJM only to ultimately approve it?
No, I did not know that there was an initial denial of that. No,
initial denial. Okay. Do you know whether Kentucky Power could get the same benefits from PJM as a standalone member of PJM?
No, I do not, and I would refer you to Kelly Pierce as the witness that can answer that question much more definitive than I can.
Well, let me ask this: if membership in PJM, and I'm asking a hypothetical here, if membership in PJM, right, or continued membership in PJM as part of the AEP East zone, right? You know what I mean by AEP East transmission zone?
Yes.
Okay, so hypothetically, if continued membership of Kentucky Power the way it is versus not being in PJM versus being in PJM but not being part of the AEP East zone, right? If Kentucky Power is getting net benefits, right, versus if Kentucky Power is getting net costs, versus if let me retract that. The best way to ask this is if the status quo leads to AEP affiliates in the AEP East, Kentucky Power affiliates in the AEP East TO zone. If the affiliates of Kentucky Power are getting net benefits and Kentucky Power is getting net costs, and the other affiliates are getting those benefits at the expense of Kentucky Power, how would you know that? How would you, in your position, find that out?
Well, the way that I would find that out is I would talk to Kelly Pierce, who knows the PJM market, and I would refer to him to try to figure that out. There was a lot to your question. I'm not sure that I followed the whole thing.
I tried to withdraw the whole first part to make it easier to understand. But if the other Kentucky Power affiliates in the AEP zone are doing well as part of this setup, right? The transmission agreement, the other documents, and the status quo, and Kentucky Power isn't. And part of the reason Kentucky Power isn't is because they're paying an inordinate share of certain costs to the benefit of affiliates. Then is it a good idea for the person that you're depending on to tell you that to be an employee of the AEP service company?
I don't see that would be an issue.
You don't see that would be a conflict?
I don't know.
So if 7 affiliates are doing well at the expense of 1 affiliate, you don't see the conflict as the person that is telling is administering all those costs and in charge of telling all those operating companies how well they're doing.
Well, when you're talking about are you talking about the amount of investment into those other utilities' service territory from a transmission perspective? Is that what you're asking? And that Kentucky Power's footprint of service territory is not getting currently the volume of transmission investment, and so that's a detriment to customers of Kentucky Power? Is that what you're asking me?
Excuse me, the hypothetical was just if the costs exceed the benefits or the benefits exceed the costs. So I was trying to think of it very, very high level. If the other utilities are having benefits in excess of costs, right, and Kentucky Power is having costs in excess of benefits, and the difference, the driver, is that the other utilities are getting those benefits at the expense of Kentucky Power. That's what I was attempting to ask about.
I follow you. Since we're talking hypothetically, how long of a period of time?
Yeah, and
that ebbs and flows.
That is a good question. And my question really is about that, is how would you know? And I think your response was that you would ask Kelly Pierce, right? That you would ask Mr. Pierce, you would ask the folks at the AEPSC. But over any given time, do you think that presents a conflict?
No, I don't think that presents a conflict.
That's perfectly fair. And have you read the commission's order in the 2017 Kentucky Power rate case in preparation for this case?
Yes, I read over it. Yes.
And do you remember the portion of the order I'm just going to read? It's from page 74. I'm happy to bring it up if need be, but it just says, last, the commission strongly encourages Kentucky Power to recognize that it must make a determination regarding its participation in PJM that aligns with the interests of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers. So in response to that, I would just ask, what, since you've been there, have you done to ensure that the participation of Kentucky Power in PJM aligns with the interests of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers?
Well, what I know is it's not good to be an island, and I know Mr. Kurtz talked about co-ops. That was his only reference, was to the bulk of co-ops, that currently the transmission system, we benefit because of our RTO membership in PJM. If we were to lose a generator or lose Big Sandy, Mitchell, we've got to go to the RTO to be able to supply power to keep the customers' lights on, or we'll have blackouts and brownouts. Same thing applies with the transmission system. It's part of being a member. I do know this, that if some of the economic development prospects we've had would have actually landed in the time frame, then we would have spent a significant more investment in Kentucky in transmission as opposed to where we have in the last couple of years.
Okay, well, we can talk about that in a minute, but are you aware that LG&E and KU are islands and not members of an RTO?
Yes.
And are you aware that FERC rules require that transmission owners provide open access?
Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't be if you weren't a member of PJM, and I feel like that was sort of I guess I'm a little concerned that either you're part of PJM or the lights go out when a generator goes down, that there wouldn't be any backup power supply or any other agreements, but we'll ignore that for a second. Is that really the reality that you look at? Either it's the status quo or we take the risk of brownouts and blackouts by not being a member of PJM?
Well, I wouldn't say this is the status quo. I am very concerned about reliability to our customers for sure.
Okay, so let me just ask the question again, because I don't know that I got a direct answer. What have you in the last 2 years done to ensure that Kentucky Power's participation in PJM aligns the interests of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers?
You're asking on what have I done at a FERC level?
I'm asking anything. I'm happy for any answer that is in response to the Commission's order that encouraged Kentucky Power to recognize it must make a determination regarding its participation in PJM that aligns with the interests of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers.
On a RTO FERC level, I have not done anything to mitigate that particular membership in the PJM.
It's not even that. I'm just asking, have you done anything? Let me ask this. Mr. Horton, Mr. Dana Horton is going to be a company witness in this matter, correct?
Yes, he is.
And he's provided testimony in this case, correct?
Yes, he did.
And are you aware of the role that Mr. Horton plays at PJM on behalf of AEP?
Yes.
Okay, so anytime in the last 2 years, has there been any time where you've told Mr. Horton that Kentucky Power would like to vote differently on a matter than any other AEP affiliate?
No, there has not.
Okay. And have you conveyed any concerns about ongoing proceedings at PJM to Mr. Horton in order for him to look into it further, provide you responses on an individualized concern of Kentucky Power?
No, I have not.
So what has Kentucky Power done in response to the Commission's encouragement in the last case to recognize it must make a determination regarding its participation in PJM that aligns the interest of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers?
Well, I'm going to go back to repeating what I said. I think it's important to be a member of an RTO for the benefit of the reliability and sustainability of the transmission grid system and the ability to flow generation through that system.
That's a great answer. At what cost?
Well,
at what cost? At $500 billion, net cost, I can't imagine that's your answer, right? At $2 net cost, that's an understandable answer, right? That reliability at some point, if there at some point it can cost too much. Wouldn't you agree?
That the possibility exists, yes.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm asking is, how are you balancing that? In the last 2 years, how have you balanced your concern with reliability and at least the ability to sleep at night knowing you're part of PJM and you have you have generation 5 states away that's available to serve if something should happen to yours. You have the postage stamp transmission rate. At what cost do you start to decide that may not be the case?
I'm not sure if I know how to answer that question specific. I do believe that, again, it's important that we are a member of PJM for the various things that I've said and at the risk of being redundant.
Regardless of the circumstances that could ever happen, is that always going to be your answer? That the reliability benefits of being in PJM outweigh all the risks or outweigh all the costs?
Well, I would think that Dana and Kelly Pierce would bring to my attention that costs have become exorbitant to the point that we should look at things, but to date, that has not happened.
But the commission explicitly wanted Kentucky Power 3 years ago to, on its own, ensure that its participation in PJM was aligned with the interest of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers. So are you saying you're depending on AEP to make that determination exclusively for you, and nothing has changed in that regard over the last 3 years?
I'm depending on our participation in PJM, yes, with the folks that I mentioned, to ensure that that is the proper thing for us to be doing.
And if Kentucky Power's interests are not aligned with other AEP affiliates, you're depending on Mr. Pierce and Mr. Horton to inform you as much?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you. And I just would like to ask for a few minutes, if you mind me. I know we're after, it's a little after 12, but just bear with me. The mitigation proposals, I just want to make sure I understand those, that you've asked for a $70 million increase, right? Or it's a $70 million amount. Net, it's a $65 million amount, correct?
Yes, I think it was closer to $73 million, and the ask is 65. That's correct.
65. So the first thing that you proposed is to accelerate the amortization of excess ADIT at approximately $65 million for the first year, correct?
That's correct.
And as you said earlier, that's customer money, right?
Yes, it is.
So your proposal is effectively, the first mitigation is to give customers their money back faster than the company agreed to with KIUC in a settlement the commission approved 3 years ago.
Correct.
Or, excuse me, 2.5 years ago. Okay. So the second mitigation proposal was the capacity charge. And the capacity charge is a $6.2 million, we'll call it additional money provided in return for Kentucky Power agreeing to sign a PPA instead of making some other generation decision, correct?
Yes.
And you're effectively just saying, we will forego that extra money if you give us the entire, if you approve the application as filed.
It's part of the mitigation, thinking about the customer.
Okay, and so the third mitigation proposal is a 10% ROE, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so the 10% ROE is 30 basis points less than what Mr. McKenzie would have recommended, correct?
That is correct.
But you would agree it's higher than what the commission has given over the last few years.
That is true.
So just so I understand the proposal, you're saying that you will only give up you will only give up the capacity charge to mitigate the impact to customers if the commission gives you everything you filed, including an ROE that's higher than the commission has given in, 4, 5, 6 years.
I would refer you to witness Vaughn so he can talk to the detail of the financial impacts if we don't get that $6.2 million and we don't get the ask in this case, what that actual effect would be.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Vaughn a couple of questions about this, but I'm just asking, I want to make sure that I'm clear. This is something that was in your testimony. It's, you will only agree to give up the $6.2 million if the commission gives you everything in the application. And I think the quote is the as filed request.
That is correct.
Okay. And so the first question I have is the company has changed some things in response to intervener testimony and discovery from their applications. So does that apply to the company's proposal for the mitigation for the capacity charge?
I'm not sure that I follow your question.
Well, so the testimony says, and the initial testimony says that you'll give up the capacity charge for the next 2 years if the commission approves the application as filed. The application has been amended throughout this proceeding in response to discovery requests and on rebuttal, correct?
Sure.
So what is the company's proposal as it relates to the capacity charge now? Is it the application as amended or the application as filed? Because the direct testimony is very clear, it's as filed.
At this moment, it's as filed.
Okay, so the adjustments that Mr. Vaughn agreed to and the responses and the mistakes, I think there were a couple that were identified in rebuttal testimony, the commission now has to ignore those mistakes and approve as filed. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I was saying. I was talking only about the $6.2 million, not the adjustments that Mr. Vaughn or any other witness for that matter has filed.
But do you understand do you understand the concern I have is that the proposal by the company is as filed. It has since been amended. So is the company saying that they will give up the $6.2 million as amended by the company, or that they are only willing to give up the $6.2 million if the commission approves the application as initially filed?
I'm going to refer you to witness Vaughn on that.
I don't know that I think Mr. Vaughn does a lot of things, but I don't know that he can officially speak on behalf of the company as to whether you're willing to give up the $6.2 million, can he?
No, but he can do the analysis and tell us what the mitigation may need to be and the financial impacts it would have if we changed it.
You've changed the application throughout the case, right?
There has been changes made, yes.
Okay, and there are things that the company agrees to, right? That, oh yeah, we should have zigged when we should have zagged when adding that thing. Like, there are small mistakes and small updates to the application that have been made throughout the pendency, correct?
As in any case, yes.
So are you telling me if the commission approves everything that the company is now proposing, the company is no longer proposing or offering up the $6.2 million mitigation?
That's not what I said. I said I would ask witness Vaughn to look at if that does not, as filed, get approved, what is the mitigation of the $6.2 million? I don't know, does it go down to 4.1? I don't know that answer.
Well, the 6.2 is just the 6.2. It is written in stone. It started at 5 something. It's 6.2 this year. It's a little less than 6.2 next year because, like we talked about earlier, one of the UPAs doesn't exactly run through the end of the year. But the amount is the amount. I want to know, forget the number for a second. Are you all offering for the entire amount if the commission approves the application as currently proposed by the company?
Yes.
Okay. And that would include the commission approving the full 100% of the PPA and the grid modernization rider, in addition to the CPCN for smart meters to replace in the grid modernization rider.
Yes.
And that's the only time that the company will even offer up that mitigation impact is if the commission gives the company everything they want.
That's how we have filed the case, yes.
Well, you're in charge here. You're in charge of the whole thing. So I'm asking you very specifically.
Well, I understand that, but you're asking me to change things on the fly here, and I'm not willing to do that.
I'm not. I want to clarify that only if the commission approves all of those things, that is the only time you're offering up the mitigation in relation to the capacity right.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it, Mr. Madison, and I apologize for going a little over lunch here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Do you have questions for the witness?
Are you asking me, sir?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Do you have questions?
Yes, just a couple. I promise we won't be late for lunch. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'd like to go back to the questions the Vice Chairman just asked you and maybe follow up on the question about Mitchell and the 2040 retirement date that you said that's what it is today. And I think in your answer to him, you said there was a filing due soon on CCR and ELG, and that filing might have some bearing on the life expectancy of those Mitchell units?
Well, I know that we're required by the end of this month, November the 30th, to file with the EPA if we are going to pursue doing CCR and ELG, both one or the other. And it's to the best of my knowledge, we're filing that we are doing both CCR and ELG, and that the retirement date of Mitchell remains unchanged.
And then you will then come to the commission with an environmental compliance plan then that involves the mitigation impact for CCR and ELG?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know how much, and for lack of a better word, mortgage balance is left on those Mitchell units? How much has not been fully depreciated?
Subject to check, it's around $600 million, I believe, but Witness Vaughn would be able to give the precise number.
I'm not going to say what the last vice chairman said about Witness Vaughn and knowing all the answers to all the questions, because I suspect he's used that in every performance evaluation he's had since the vice chairman said that he needed a raise. He was the only one that could answer a question. So, do you consider the decisions being very discrete? You'll make a decision on CCR and ELG, and then you'll look at carbon separately, or do you look at those together?
I'm not sure. I believe that we would look at those separately. Right now, there is no carbon pricing that exists.
There's no carbon pricing, but I heard you say that there was a goal and a plan to be carbon neutral, and you're starting at 100% fossil fuel, so you've got to get from 100 to 0.
Well, we're starting with the coal fleet is where we're starting first, and have been starting with the, AEP has reduced about 8,000 megawatts of coal generation over the last several years, and continuing with that goal.
Right. Mitchell units are coal-fired.
Correct.
So how do they play into the carbon goals as stated by you at the technical conference and by your CEO around the country on earnings calls, in the press, and so forth?
Well, in order to continue to operate Mitchell, we've got to comply with environmental rules with CCR and ELG. And once we make that filing, that would be where we're headed with Mitchell, is to get it in compliance.
Okay. So if the customers, there's $600 million left on the mortgage, so to speak. Do you have a ballpark for how much CCR and ELG will cost?
I do not.
And there are already some environmental, when you tell me that there's $600 million left, does that include any of the environmental upgrades that have been done to Mitchell since the company, since Kentucky Power took ownership of 50% of it?
They would be included in that figure.
Okay. Because it was a very different figure based on how much it was purchased for and then how much was added with the environmental upgrades. And I guess what I'm saying is, are you factoring in the risk? And I don't think it's risk. If you're saying you're going to reduce carbon, I don't think it's a risk to say that there's a good chance Mitchell won't make it till 2040.
I'm not going to say that it's not a possibility, but I'm not sure.
I'll save those questions, I guess, for the environmental compliance plan hearing when those are brought here. Let's spend a little bit of time talking about, the impact of mortgages that are left. How much is left on Big Sandy 2?
I'm not sure what's left on Big Sandy number 2, but witness Tim Kern should be able to answer that question.
Okay, let's talk about Big Sandy 1. Do you have an idea? It's 200 something megawatts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what how much that's used? Is it dispatched often? I mean, gas is cheap.
I'm not sure exactly how often it runs, but I do visit with the plant manager from time to time, and it does run often. But I don't have a specific answer as to exactly the run rate of that plant.
Okay.
And gas is cheap, to your point.
Yeah. I'm going to do what the Vice Chairman did. The benefit of going last is a lot of questions have been answered. The detriment of going last is that I follow up on random things. So, do you have an idea of how much the AMI cost would be per customer?
In the first year, it would be about 31 cents because it would be implemented, as far as I know, in phases over a 4-year period of time.
Okay. What's the second, third, and fourth year?
Witness Blankenship and Witness West could be able to answer those specific questions, what that build out would be over time, over that 4-year installation period.
And I will agree with the Vice Chairman that we must have misunderstood you when you responded to Mr. Fitzgerald about the benefits to the low-income customers in your service territory who are challenged and that AMI build-out. I will give the Vice Chairman credit that I heard a similar response that he did, that the best thing you could do would be the AMI.
Well, if I said that, it was out of context. It was my response into his question about why would you get rid of perfectly good meters and go to AMI meters. And so I was using it in that context was my answer.
So have you thought of how much depreciation, how much useful life is left on those existing meters that you have?
Some of them have, and again, Witness Blankenship can tell us exactly, but some of them have no useful life left on those meters. Some of them are obsolete as we speak.
Okay. Have you, do you have a warehouse with some sitting in that still have a life expectancy in them?
We do have, talking with Witness Blankenship yesterday, that is a very small number of what I would call inventory of AMR meters.
Okay. So the benefits to that AMI, you said, involved the potential for flex pay, the potential for time of day rates, some things that will be more down the pipe.
Well, once we get the installation in, we can do flex pay. We can come with a tariff, and the other things and benefits that I talked about when in an outage situation, a reconnection, or for disconnect for non-pay, or an initial connection when you're requesting service. All that can be done at initial installation.
Which for some customers would be 4 years.
For the full build out, it would be phasing it in.
And the cost of the education that would be necessary for that, did I read the amount for that in the record?
I'm not sure if there was a cost that Witness Wiseman put in her testimony for what that would cost.
Okay. I didn't recall having seen it, but it's
I don't recall either.
significant for some of your customers.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
I said it might be a significant cost for some of your customers.
You talking about for the education
The
piece of it?
education component.
I don't think it's going to be a significant cost for some of our customers to go through the process of learning how those meters function.
Okay. I would caution you to look at Glasgow, Kentucky before you roll out a time of day rate. Just saying.
Thank you.
The education component was very important there. Just to follow up on some of the economic development activities, what's the status of what was formerly known as Brady?
Yes, it's now called Unity. About 6 weeks or so ago, I met with the CEO, Don Foster, the new CEO of the company. They're in fact moving dirt as we speak, doing some preliminary work, and it's his indication that they're closer now than they ever have been before to get full financing. He indicated it could be within the first or second quarter of 2021, and that's all I know just from what he shared.
And if they go forward, I believe there's some transmission upgrades that would have to be done that you would have to come back for CPC in because that one expired.
That is, we would have to come and there is transmission and substation upgrades for sure to serve that facility.
Okay. And some of this is just filling in blanks for me. The whole conversation about the benefits of being in an RTO, it seemed that your answer to that was there was no middle ground. It was AEP being in an RTO or not being in an RTO. Were you having the discussion with the vice chairman about Kentucky Power independently being in an RTO?
Well, I've just from my experience, being independent and as an island does not appear to be a good opportunity for the Kentucky Power customers. I believe it puts us at risk.
Could you elaborate on that being in an island?
Well, what I refer to as an island, if we were standalone and we were not in an RTO and Kentucky Power.
you're missing that middle ground of if Kentucky Power were a member of PJM separate from AEP.
Okay, so you're asking me if we were, just Kentucky Power was a member as an island, not an island in and to ourselves.
Correct.
I follow you. Well, I would think that would need to have some study done to see the effects, and I know Vice Chairman Chandler talked about me staying up at night. What keeps me up at night is keeping people's lights on and safety. So I think that was something we would have to look at. I'm not abstinent that there is no middle ground. I'm just, from what I know today, being a member of PJM. I don't know the implications of being a sole member of an RTO, what the implications of that would be.
Okay. There have been some studies that have been released out there in the public, and I'm not going to get specific, so I don't feel that I need to bring them up, that say companies who belong to RTOs with functioning markets that continue to self-supply may have a higher cost to their customers than they would if they closed their own plants or didn't run their own plants and leaned on the market a little more. Have you done any analysis to see if Kentucky Power might benefit from market purchases and less self-supply?
I have not done any studies, Commissioner.
Okay. Would Mr. Vaughn be the person who could answer that question?
I don't believe he would. I would refer to Kelly Pierce.
Okay. You mentioned that investment decisions are based on expected returns. That's a generalization, but
Yes, I agree with that.
to what degree, and you say you stay up at night worrying about reliability and safety, to what degree does reliability and safety drive those investment concerns?
Well, we're always going to do everything we can to provide safe, reliable electricity on the systems that we maintain and build. But when you look at our ROE and look at further build out and aged infrastructure, it's difficult to compete, quite honestly, for capital funding whenever you've got such a low ROE.
And let's talk about those words, further build out. Does further build out mean you would be building something that doesn't impact reliability and safety?
Not at all. And when I mean further build out, I would take maybe a Hazard and Wooten. That's a further build out to me, making a more robust system, not necessarily a further build out to build a line in hopes that someone connects to the end of it. Sorry, I misspoke on that. That's not what I meant.
And that may be a gas versus electric sort of nomenclature there. Build out for, gas would be building a lot. I guess that comes back again to aging infrastructure for which customers have paid the depreciation on over the years. Would you not, to what degree does the return impact your decision on whether or not you replace that infrastructure, and how much of it's aging and it no longer is reliable?
Well, we do studies on that, and witness Everett Phillips can give the detail of, how many times we go by, check poles X number of times every other year and find out that, fit industry standards and criteria that need to be replaced. He has very specific data on how many poles we replace every year, how much conductor we put up to that point of aged infrastructure, and you're going to start with the worst to, the best, start with the worst first.
but what impact does expected return impact your ability to maintain that system then?
Well,
Go ahead.
there comes a point financially that you can only take on so much investment based on the financial metrics of your company. And you can only do so much with that investment that you've got. So taking on too much puts the company in a financial bad situation. So earnings, ROEs, if you will, drive how much investment you can make on an annualized basis.
As do requirements for reliability and safety imposed by the Kentucky Public Service Commission and by NERC.
I agree.
One more follow-up on the carbon question. What was the goal that has been, what year does AEP want to be carbon-free? Or it is a carbon-free goal, it's not a renewable goal, correct?
Well, the goal is in 2050 to reduce by 80%. And it is an aspirational goal as to be carbon-free, carbon-neutral. There is no carbon-neutral specific date of a goal. It's an aspirational goal by 2050.
And have you, I know the company, the big companies, big AEP, had some carbon capture equipment on the Mountaineer plant at one point. Has that been completely abandoned, that initiative?
To my knowledge, sorry, there's something going on.
Yeah,
to my knowledge and subject to check, I think you're referring to carbon sequestration at the Mountaineer plant, and to the best of my knowledge, that has been abandoned, did not work out.
Okay. So by 2050, 80% reduction. 80% reduction starting from what? From what?
It's the baseline that we started. I believe it was in, I think it was 2012, I believe is when those numbers were first.
Okay. And I know some companies use a 2005. Some companies I've seen have a 1990 level that they're starting as their baseline. So I just was trying to check there. Okay, I think that is all that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I guess, Ms. Bland, in all fairness, I hadn't thought about it, but after the questions by Vice Chairman Chandler and Dr. Matthews, you ought to have an opportunity to redirect if there's anything you'd like to explain or ask the witness to. But before we do, it's now about 20 minutes until 1 o'clock, so let's take a lunch break until, well, 1:30. That'll give us 50 minutes, and then if you choose not to ask any further questions, then we'll go to the next witness. I will say this: I think that staff counsel has advised that at some point, and I don't know if we'll get to it today, but after the testimony of Mr. Satterwhite, Mr. Pierce, and Mr. Ali, that staff would like to speak to Mr. Madison again, I guess to follow up on some additional questions. Okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Yes, we are.
We up? Okay, we're back on we're back on the record. Ms. Bland, before I ask you if you want to conduct any redirect, apparently Mr. Cook, the Attorney General's office, asked a question, and Mr. Madison referred to another witness, but no one can recall or got down exactly who that witness was. can we find out from Mr. Madison, and I don't know, Mr. Cook is on the line, I suspect. Mr. Cook, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, could you do you have a recollection of the question that resulted in Mr. Madison's response about referring the answer to someone else?
Yes, I was asking questions regarding money that was identified in PSC 2, I forget the exact question number, but at any rate, it was about lobbying expense, and I believe it was counsel for the company that stated that another witness could address those questions, but I did not catch the last name of the witness that she identified.
I believe that witness was Brian West.
West.
Let me clarify if that's okay with Your Honor. Mr. Cook, is your question about which witness is best able to testify regarding the exclusion of federal lobbying expense from the company's cost of service?
Yes, as identified in the response to PSC 2-42.
I believe Mr. Madison referred to Ms. Whitney, company witness Whitney, as being able to provide any further detail regarding the actual adjustment to cost of service.
Okay. Well, thank you very much then.
Referred to a Mr. Is that person listed as a witness?
Yes, Heather M. Whitney, Ms. Whitney.
Okay, at this time, Ms. Blend, do you have any redirect for your witness? Would you like to ask?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
then, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The company calls Matthew J. Satterwhite pursuant to the commission's subpoena for his testimony in this case. I will note that we will need just a moment to sanitize the witness and the counsel's seats and workspaces, and we'll do that as quickly as we can.
Excuse me, Chairman?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, could I take this moment to try to resolve any issues about going into confidential session to ensure that those are on the line
Yeah, I
can stay
think
in?
they're changing seats, so just a second, we can do
I'll
that.
do that.
They have to spray down the,
Yes. Okay, Mr. Overstreet, are we ready?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're ready. We call Matthew J. Satterwhite.
Before we swear in Mr. Satterwhite, Ms. Vinsel, the staff counsel, I guess needs to clear up something about a potential confidential session. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. We will be going into confidential sessions twice during Mr. Satterwhite's testimony, and I wanted to ensure that everyone who is currently in the hearing has actually signed done whatever they need to do to sign confidentiality agreements with.
Ms. Vinsel?
Yes.
Can I ask 1 second, Mr. Overstreet, a question, Ms. Vinsel?
Yes.
Is the confidential information confidential pursuant to a request for confidentiality by a party, or is it confidential per the commission's directive?
It is per the commission's directive.
Okay. So I guess I was just going to ask if that made a distinction to your question to Mr. Overstreet.
Before Mr. Overstreet answers, let me say, because we've had a couple people apparently phone in and just be listed as caller number, so we can't identify them. they seem to have dropped out. I just wanted to make sure that this was only, the parties and their counsel, their witnesses on the hearing.
At some point after lunch, we were advised that there was someone identified as caller 5, but no one seemed to know who that was.
Old Speed Racer.
I think it looks like we've resolved the issue in everyone's name. We're okay now. Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Vinsel, to answer your question in a little broader perspective, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, for that clarification. Among the parties, all of the parties have signed NDAs except for SWVA. So to the extent that the confidential information does not relate to information that was either produced by Kentucky Power and accorded confidential treatment by the Commission in response to Kentucky Power's motion, or was not used by another party in its filing, I think it would be fine, except with respect to SWVA.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. For the purposes of these confidential sessions, Mr. Frey can remain in the hearing.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Well, Mr. Satterwhite, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
May I ask, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Satterwhite, please state your name, employer, and position.
Matthew J. Satterwhite. I'm employed by American Electric Power Service Corporation, and my position is Vice President of Regulatory Services.
And are you appearing here in response to the Commission's subpoena?
Correct.
And what is your understanding of the subject matter of your testimony here today in response to that subpoena?
From my reading of the subpoena, the Commission had questions about transmission under my current position, how that applies to Kentucky Power and PJM, and selected pages from my previous testimony in the last rate case.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Vinsel, cross-examination.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Satterwhite.
Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. If you can't hear me or if you don't understand my question, please let me know.
Absolutely.
Since we last spoke, you have changed your job. Can you tell me what your job duties are now?
Sure. As Vice President of Regulatory Services, and is this as a sound check, is this good?
It is good. Thank you.
As Vice President of Regulatory Services, I'm sort of in charge of the central regulatory group for American Electric Power. So we're a service organization, and we serve all of the operating companies so that they don't have to employ staff for things like rate cases. And we help process rate cases, and we do that every day for all of our different jurisdictions, as well as I have staff that's been talked about today, Dana Horton, others that monitor PJM and the other RTOs. So it's sort of like a central repository for regulatory matters at AEP, all in service of our clients, which are the operating companies.
Thank you. So when you talk about the regulatory, in addition to FERC and the Kentucky Public Service Commission, I believe there are a total, 10 other state regulatory commissions that you deal with. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Prior to today, what has your involvement been in this case?
When I received the subpoena, I started to read some of the testimony. I guess prior to that, my staff was involved in helping put together the case. Alex Vaughn, a number of the witnesses, Jackie Cost and others are on my staff. And in general, before rate cases are filed, my staff will work with the people at the operating company to talk about what could go in those cases, what are possibilities, what are we seeing across the country, what are some different ways things might be presented, or things that we thought we should do, but we've seen other places it doesn't make sense. So it's kind of that central learning tool to advise the operating companies on what can move forward. So people under my direction, we're working with the company on that.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. The court reporter is saying that she's having trouble hearing you. Maybe if you could lean in closer or pull the...
Absolutely. Is that better? And I'll try to talk slower. I know I talk fast. Just call time out when you need to.
Okay, will do. I'm trying to think of when the subpoena was issued, but I can look it up quickly. You may know.
I believe it was last Tuesday. Yes.
So
I
prior...
believe we got a call Monday asking if we would appear. And I said absolutely, and then the subpoena came on Tuesday.
So prior to that, did you have any conversations with anyone, say particularly in response to rebuttal testimony?
Trying to think. My staff definitely would have. I was aware of sort of when the testimony was filed. I get updated on what was filed. So I think I sat on initial calls with counsel just on what the issues were in the case. A lot of what we do is help the operating company determine, oh, there's a transmission issue in this case. Who are the experts we have at AEP that can help you? Dr. Pierce and Cameron Ali would be good to respond to this so the commission has the most information. And so we kind of serve in that role to make sure the record can be developed along the lines of what we're seeing in the case. So I would have been involved in that.
Roughly 2 weeks ago, AEP announced a $37 billion 5-year capital plan that's focused on renewable expansion and grid investment. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. This is where, Chairman, I would like to go into a very brief confidential session.
All right. This time we'll go into confidential session.
Okay.
We're now out of confidential session and back into regular open session.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Satterwhite, our court reporter has asked again. She's having a hard time hearing you.
I got closer.
Thank you. In terms of regulatory proceedings, is your team's role different for transmission-related matters at the state commission level as opposed to, say, the FERC level?
We're involved at every level. There's different teams that are involved. We have a dynamic transmission group that is almost, its own business unit. And so they have a lot of people, just like an operating company would, of how they want to move forward. Kelly Pierce is in that group, Dr. Pierce later today, Cameron Ali as well. But when it comes down to filing at the state commissions or making filings at PJM or FERC, that's when we would be involved. There's also a DC office. We have counsel out in DC and formal counsel out there that are also involved that sort of have, watch things that go through that area. So it's really a team effort of who looks at things, but we try to make sure we have awareness about what's going on, so we're not being disjointed in sort of how we present things.
I want to be clear that I understand, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. What I'm hearing is, in one way, there's a dynamic team that might pull in people from different parts of AEP, but also underlying that, there's a static team. Whether it's this team is working with the state commission, this team is working with FERC. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess I prefer to use the analogy of, there's operating companies like Kentucky Power, there's a transmission group, there's a generation group, and they all serve the operating companies, but we serve all of those groups to make sure that AEP and the operating companies are up to date on all of the issues. So that's probably that static group, we're that underlying that to make sure that things are processed the right way and the considerations are made.
Thank you. I think I understand now. It also leads well into my next question. which is if there's any difference in your team's participation in processes for operating companies versus the transmission companies.
Yeah, at the transmission level, and we're really involved at the RTO level, so PJM, SPP, ERCOT, and MISO. So I have staff that sort of serve as a generalist in those areas. Dana Horton, who can appear later, I think all of you know him. He sort of watches everything that goes on at the RTOs. But then sort of our clients, for lack of a better term, are the OPCOs, the generation group, the transmission group. They all have staff that are also very involved and interact on their specific issues. A lot of the M3 process and reviewing what supplemental projects are, the transmission group has a group dedicated to that, and they sit on those calls and go through every page that people want to go through. That's really someone from the transmission group that does that versus my group. But when it gets to, as a transmission, sorry, I'll slow down. Is there a transmission issue in a state case? Is there a filing at PJM? That's when we would review that as well from a central point of view. Does that help?
That does. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I have some questions about load-serving entity, open access transmission tariff. Do you mind if I just call it LSE OAT?
Sounds good.
I know that's the general, but I want to make sure for everybody that we're all on the same page. Given both your current position and your previous position at Kentucky Power, and I don't know, did we say that what your previous position at Kentucky Power was?
Not on the record today, no. Previously, I served as the president and COO of Kentucky Power from 2016 to the end of 2018.
The end of 20, okay, thank you.
2017 and 2018 was my term.
So given your current position and then your previous position at Kentucky Power's president, CEO, is it a fair assumption that you're familiar with the LSE OAT expense recovery proposed in this case?
I'm familiar with the concept, and the last case is when we established that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm familiar, and I appeared and presented testimony related to that in the previous rate case.
Okay. What is being proposed in this case? And I'll bring up some of Mr. Vaughn's testimony. Again, I'm not going to ask you to swear to somebody else's testimony, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page. In this case, what's being proposed is, in the last rate case, the proposal was an 80-20 split in the tariff PPA. In this case, Kentucky Power proposes to recover 100% of the cost outside of base rates in tariff PPA.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Zach, can I ask you to bring up, and this is in the case record, it's from the application, it's Alex Vaughn's direct testimony. And if it helps, oh, there you go. And good, you're right on where I want you. Can you scroll down, Zach, so that we can see lines 3 through 14, or as much as we can? Okay, that gets it. Mr. Satterwhite, can I ask you to read this, beginning with line 3, which is the question, down to line 14. And again, let me go back and say this is from the direct testimony of Alex Vaughn.
And would you like me to read it to myself or into the record?
Into the record.
Okay. I decided to put my readers on to look closer far here.
I understand.
All right. Starting on Alex Vaughn's direct testimony, page 32, line 3, the question is, why should the company recover 100% of PJM LSE charges through tariff PPA? Answer starts on line 5. As the company discussed in its previous base rate case, These PJM charges and credits are volatile and can have a significant financial impact on the company. The annual level of such charges and credits can vary greatly from year to year and are largely out of the company's control. Also, as the company expected, PJM transmission owners have continued to increase their investment in the transmission grid. This increasing level of investment, which is necessary to maintain and improve the grid, will increase transmission charges allocated to LSEs in PJM, including Kentucky Power. The PJM LSE OAT charges are the company's single largest growing expense without a full tracking mechanism for these costs allocated to the company by a FERC-approved rate schedule. The company does not have an opportunity to earn its allowed ROE. That's finished up on line 14.
Thank you very much. And just to reiterate, when Mr. Vaughn says, as the company expected, PJM transmission owners have continued to increase their investment in the transmission grid. Would you agree that that's your experience too?
Oh, absolutely. There's been a movement in recent years across especially the eastern grid, to make sure there's investment in the transmission system to make sure it's robust enough to avoid issues like we've had before. So there's been an expectation for investment in the system.
And when you say the eastern grid, is there a particular area that you're speaking of?
Well, really, it's the whole country. I mean, I think I talked about it last time in my testimony, too. After a tree branch hit a wire in Akron and people are walking across bridges in New York City, it sort of kind of flipped everything on its head and kind of the new day for how we look at transmission going forward. Since then, there's been, RTOs were created, a real focus on making sure that we are replacing, we have a good flow, which is what Cameron Ali looks at to make sure there's not risk, and that we're replacing aging assets to make sure that we don't face problems now that we're all interconnected really across the country.
And Zach, you can clear off the document. Now, there are two quotes that I would like for you to keep in mind as we go through the cross-examination. The first is both of these are from Mr. Vaughn's testimony, and the first is what we just discussed, that the PJM transmission owners have continued to increase their investment in the transmission grid. And then the second quote to remember is that PJM LSE OAT charges are the company's, Kentucky Power's, single largest growing expense, and that the costs are allocated to the company by a FERC-approved rate schedule. So,
and sorry, just to be clear, just to make sure we're on the same page, if I can assume that, it says it's the single largest growing expense without a full tracking mechanism.
Well, there's a semicolon there, and I hate to be a grammarist, but there's a semicolon there.
I can appreciate that. Okay, thank you. I didn't know whether it was true or not true. I was just doing the sentence.
I understand, and
you got it.
You know, we know that Mr. Vaughn is very careful with his words.
And my wife's an English teacher, so if you could not show her this part of the hearing, I would appreciate that.
I promise. Although I can't say she's not going to watch it on her own.
She won't. So
again,
you can't get this kind of excitement very many places.
We try. Try to put it in prime time. Doesn't work. Sorry, I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. So again, what we're looking at, the PJM LSE OAT charges are the company's largest single growing expense, and also the concept that these costs are allocated to the company by a FERC-approved rate schedule.
Yeah.
And I think because of your job, I think it's a fair assumption that you are familiar with FERC-approved rate schedules.
Yeah.
I have just one more portion of Mr. Vaughn's testimony that I would like to share with you before we go on. Zach, can you bring up again Mr. Vaughn's direct testimony? And this is Mr. Vaughn's testimony beginning on page 33. In here, well, let me do this. I'm going to have you read again. I'm glad you brought your readers, Mr. Satterwhite. Can I have you read lines 6 through 11?
Sure. So page 33, Vaughn Direct, line 6 question. What is the proposed level of PJM LSE OAT charges and credits to be included in base rates? Answer starts on line 8. The adjusted test year Kentucky retail jurisdictional total of net PJM LSE OAT charges and credits included in base rates is 96896,495. This amount has grown from 74377,364 in case number 2017-00179 and from 53779,456 in case number 2014-00396. The single expense is now 16% of the company's total proposed revenues.
Thank you very much. I first note, I can recall, and I wonder if you can recall from the last rate case, which is 17-179, when you discussed that the growth in the LSE OAT charges had grown about $20 million. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know when we were talking about the need to file another case soon after if it wasn't tracked, it might have started at 14 and then went to 19. And I'm just going from memory there. But directionally, that sounds appropriate.
Okay. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and I know it's been a while. I'll be careful not to do that.
It's in the testimony that staff had identified in the subpoena. I can go look at that if you want.
I think we're okay. We can move on. I've got one more thing I want you to remember, and I'm going to round down here. The $96 million of PJM LSE OAT charges that are included in base rate in this test year. If you'll just remember, $96 million.
Okay.
And Zach, if you will remove this document, can I have, we will look at your testimony, Mr. Satterwhite. Zach, can I have you bring up PSC Exhibit 14? And while he's bringing that up, Mr. Satterwhite, this is your direct testimony from the last Kentucky Power rate case.
Can I add one thing before we move on to that?
Yes, please.
In between the two questions you had me read was another question about how the tracker allowed for some refunds to come back in the interim period that wouldn't have been allowed by base rate. So just want to make sure it's complete because that seems to be the whole section in there.
Can you hear?
Thank you.
Mr. Satterwhite, could you repeat, I guess, the answer, probably going back to where you advised Ms. Vinsel that there was another part of the testimony that you wanted to discuss. The court reporter couldn't hear.
Absolutely. I leaned back. I apologize, Your Honor. So I just wanted to point out for completeness, the question in between the two questions read was a description about how the nature of the tracker over the past few years allowed refunds also to come back that wouldn't have been allowed in a base case scenario. I just thought it was, Mr. Vaughn put those questions in order for a reason. I wanted to make sure that that was all just considered in the same part of the record there.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, Zach, do you mind to go to it's direct testimony, page 18, but it's PDF, page 22? Thank you. Mr. Satterwhite, can I have you read lines 1 through 9 of page 18 of, and this, again, this is your direct testimony from the last rate case?
Sure. My direct page 18, question line 1. What advantage is provided by addressing volatile PJM costs in a tracker versus waiting for the company to file subsequent rate cases? Answer starts on line 4. Kentucky Power incurs charges and credits as a load-serving entity in PJM under the FERC-approved open access transmission tariff. PJM LSE OAT charges and credits can be volatile and have a significant effect on the company's revenue requirement. As discussed in more detail by company witness Vaughn, the net level of jurisdictional PJM LSE OAT charges and credits increased by approximately $20.6 million since the last rate case filing.
Thank you. And yes, that is what we just discussed a moment ago about that increase of $20 million.
I do believe, though, and it might be in my rebuttal, that might have gone down to $14 million, because I believe I used that as an example of how it switches back and forth and it can swing. We can check that if you need it. I just want to make sure.
Well, we're actually, I was going to have Zach take this document down and go to PSC Exhibit 13, which is, in fact, Mr. Satterwhite, your rebuttal testimony from the last rate case.
I should have known you were all over it already. I apologize.
I can promise you we try everything we can to be as thorough as we can be.
As always, good to see.
Okay, and what I would like to turn to, it's within the document, it's a testimony, rebuttal testimony, beginning on page 8, excuse me. And this is PDF page 11, Zach. Can I have you scroll down, Zach, so that line 17 through the bottom is visible? And what I'm going to do, Mr. Satterwhite and Zach, Mr. Satterwhite, I'm going to ask you to read from page 8, line 17, through page 9, line 2. So, Zach, as he's reading it, if I can ask you to scroll at the right time.
Line 17 to line 2 on page 9, you said?
The following page, yes, sir.
Okay. Question, Satterwhite rebuttal 8, line 17, question. Why do you say the amount of Kentucky Power's PJM LSE OAT expense is largely outside of its control? Answer starts on 19. The LSE OAT expense is largely a reflection of Kentucky Power's share of the cost to rebuild the transmission system in the region. These are expenses charged to Kentucky Power regardless of whether the company has relief for the expenses in its rate structure. Additional detail regarding the nature of the company's PJM LSE OAT expense is provided in the direct and rebuttal testimonies of company witness Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite. Zach, you can stop this. I'm sorry?
See that earlier when I said 14 million, if you look at the question above, it was 17 million was the update. That was
okay,
wrong.
thank you. I will make note of that.
Ms. Vendel, can I ask a clarification on that?
Yes.
Sorry, this is Kent. The question I have is, I think that the initial reference from the direct testimony was the increase over the most recent rate case, and the reference at the top of 8 seems to be a reference to the increase in the fiscal year, calendar year 2018 over the amount in 2017. I just want to make sure we're clear on that because I've kind of been confused about the two references.
Okay. Zach, can I have you bring up that exhibit again? It is PSC Exhibit 13. Let's look at the document page 8, PDF page 11. So what we're referring to here is on line 9, an increase of 17 million above the 74.4 million in test year PJM LSE OAT expense. Vice Chair, do we need to ask some more questions to get clarification?
So what was the prior, he was just referring, sorry.
Yeah, no, this one is rebuttal 8 and 9. At 8, it says that the 2018 estimate for calendar year 2018 is a $17 million increase over 2017, or the test year amount, not even 2017, just the test year amount, right? But the other reference that, were we on 32 or 33 of the direct, was talking about a 20.6 million number, and I thought that 20.6 million number was merely the increase between the 2017 rate case test year and the 2014 rate case test year. So I just want to make sure that we're not talking apples and oranges with those two references.
Yeah, I don't remember what page number it was on the direct. So,
33, 32 or 33.
But Alex.
Zach, can you bring up
Should be Mr. Satterwhite's direct testimony from the 2017 rate case, I believe. Let me check here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes.
No, I apologize.
Yes, it is. And it's
It's page 18
yes.
in my note here.
So let me make sure that we're seeing the document. Zach, I know
I can
know
verify that.
we're switching through.
I can verify it, Vice Chairman. I apologize. Vice Chairman's correct. The previous reference was in between rate cases, where this one was what happened. The second one in the rebuttal testimony was an update to what was happening that year that would be considered in a tracker. So thank you for the clarification.
Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't confused. Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. And Zach, if you can stop the screen share now. I'm just going to go back here and because I have a question about which region you were referring to. In that rebuttal testimony where you said that the LSC owed expense is largely a reflection of Kentucky Power's share of costs to rebuild the transmission system in the region. And what region is that you were speaking of?
That would be PJM.
Were you speaking of AEP East region or the entirety of the PJM region?
I believe the LSCO covers everything in PJM, the RTEP and the supplemental.
Okay. Now, Kentucky Power provided a copy of the transmission agreement for the AEP East companies in response to a data request. Let me step back and say, would you agree Kentucky Power is in the AEP East transmission zone?
Yeah.
Okay. And I presume that you're familiar with this transmission agreement?
I believe so.
Okay. Zach, can I have you bring up, it is Kentucky Power's response to the Attorney General and KIUC's first data request? Thank you. And I'm looking for its PDF page 1656. Oh, actually, no, let me have you scroll back there, Zach, to the start of this. 1656. That's good. That's good. Thank you. And this is, oh, can I have you scroll back up again? Thank you, Zach. So, Mr. Satterwhite, do you recognize this? I recognize you were not the one who sent this, but this is part of, the transmission agreement was filed as part of a settlement in a FERC matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this letter dated August 4th, 2010 is from AEP filing the transmission agreement. or the
Yeah,
proposed
this looks to be
transmission
an
agreement.
This looks to be an accurate, I can authenticate, this looks to be an accurate copy of that agreement.
Thank you. Zach, can I have you now turn to its PDF page 1660? Thank you. This is the introduction to the transmission agreement. And I think it's helpful because it's got some good information here that we can use moving forward. So, Mr. Satterwhite, can I ask you to read, beginning here on Zach, can I have you scroll down a minute? I want to make sure I'm looking at the right page. I believe I am. Scroll up, I'm sorry. This is page 4 of 129. And if you'll scroll back down to the next page. Thank you. Mr. Satterwhite, I would like to have you read this introduction section. I'm going to have you read, although on the bottom of the transmission agreement, it's page 2, but the pagination on the page itself, it's page 4 of 129. And I say that simply because I want to make sure the record's correct. Can I have you read this through, and I'll tell you when to stop.
I want to make sure because I don't have the PDF pages on the copy that I have. I think that might be
right.
A function of what's on the screen. So is this the one that starts on actual page 2? It says introduction and AEP is a multi-state electric utility.
Yes. Yes.
And
I'm going to.
AEP zone.
Yes. I'm going to have you, if you don't mind using the pages on yours, if you'll read starting at the top of page 2 of your pages through page 4 of your pages.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make sure I have the right. Thank you. So page 2, Roman numeral 1, introduction. AEP is a multi-state electric utility holding company system providing electric service to approximately 5 million customers in parts of 11 states. AEP represented in its filing in this case that the AEP system is planned and operated on an integrated basis pursuant to various agreements under which the AEP operating companies pool or combine their individual systems to achieve the benefits of integrated operation. This proceeding involves proposed amendments to one such agreement. The transmission agreement entered into in 1984 among five of the AEP East operating companies, Appalachian Power Company, Columbus Southern Power Company, Indiana Michigan Power Company, Kentucky Power Company, and Ohio Power Company, and administered by the AEPSC as agent. As approved by the Commission, there's a footnote there, the agreement shares the cost of the members' investments in extra high voltage and high voltage facilities operated at 138 kilovolts and above. New paragraph. On June 5, 2009, AEP filed with the Commission proposed amendments to the transmission agreement. The proposed amendments, if approved, would affect a comprehensive reallocation of transmission-related costs and revenues among the AEP East companies, including 2 new members, Kingsport Power Company and Wheeling Power Company. And another footnote there. AEP represented in its filing that the proposed amendments recognize that pursuant to the PJM Open Access Transmission Tariff, the AEP East companies, including Kingsport and Wheeling, and other load-serving entities in the AEP East zone, AEP zone of PJM, now receive network transmission service from and share the cost of the AEP East company's transmission facilities, including those operated at voltages below 138 kV. The proposed amendment also would change the primary transmission cost allocation methodology under the transmission agreement from the current member load ratio basis to a 12-month coincident peak basis. The proposed amendments specify that the allocation of oat-based transmission and related costs and revenue will include all 7 of the AEP East companies, including Kingsport and Wheeling. New paragraph on page 3.
Mr. Satterwhite, you can skip that paragraph. Let me have you go down Zach, will you scroll down? Okay, if Mr. Satterwhite, if I can have you start with this last paragraph that begins IURC.
So skip the one that has the interveners and
Yes,
the
yes.
Kentucky Commission and all? Okay. The IURC, Steel Dynamics, West Virginia Consumer Advocate, and IOUCC protested AEP's filing and AEP answered their protest. On August 3rd, 2009, the Commission issued an order accepting AEP's proposed amendments to the transmission agreement for filing, subject to hearing and settlement judge procedures. The Commission suspended the proposed amendments for a nominal period, making them effective, subject to refund, on the first day of the month after a final Commission order in this proceeding, as, switch to page 4, requested by AEP. Order accepting and suspending proposed transmission agreements, the citation there. On August 7th, 2009, pursuant to an order of Chief Judge Wagner, the Honorable David Kaufman was appointed settlement judge. The Chief Judge's August 7th, 2009 order also scheduled a settlement conference to convene on August 20th, 2009. Settlement negotiations, including informal information gathering and numerous conferences, meetings, and telephone conversations, continued since then. The Commission's trial staff participated actively in the discussions. Judge Kaufman submitted periodic reports to the Commission on the progress of the settlement discussions. Ultimately, the settlement discussion produced the settlement agreement submitted in this docket. And then it goes to Roman numeral 2.
Oh, no, I was going to say thank you. We're good now. Zach, can I have you scroll in this same document? It's PDF page 1724. And when we get to it, I'll announce the document page. So because this was filed in response to a data request, the page within the data request, it's page 68 of 129. But Zach, can I have you scroll down to the bottom? Okay, that didn't help me. Let me have you scroll back up. This is Appendix 1. Mr. Satterwhite, would you agree that AEP East operating companies are both LSEs, load-serving entities, and transmission owners?
Yes.
Zach, can I have you scroll up so we can see both of these charts, please?
And can you give the citation again so we can grab the, it's a little
Yes.
difficult to see up on the screen.
Zach, it's. Let me have you go back to page. It's PDF page. There you go. This is. There you go. This is actually, it's Appendix 1 to the transmission agreement. If you're looking at the data request, this is page 68, is stamped page 68 of 129 pages. And tell me when you're there, Mr. Satterwhite.
Ms. Vinsel, Mark Overstreet here. Just to keep the record straight, you referred to a data request, but I don't think we've identified the specific data request, and I believe this is AGKIUC 1-41 Attachment 1.
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you.
I have the document in front of me now.
And the chart depicts the allocation of transmission-related costs and revenues, correct? And
Correct.
Correct. And also depicts AEP operating companies as both LSE and as transmission owners, correct? And earlier, when I asked you about, to keep in mind that quote
I'm
from...
sorry.
Oh,
I hadn't answered yet. I'm looking at it to see.
okay.
You're on page 68 of 129.
Yes.
I'm just looking for the operating company names on here. I see AEP as a transmission owner and AEP as an LSE.
Yes.
If I'm missing something obvious, let me know.
No, that was my question was this list, AEP is a transmission owner and AEP is an LSE.
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
Okay, and earlier, one of the quotes I asked you to keep in mind that you wrote down, and from Mr. Vaughn's testimony, is that the LSE OAT expenses or costs allocated by the company, to the company by a FERC-approved rate schedule. And do you still have that?
That written down here? Yes.
And would you agree that this transmission agreement lays out a significant part of that process, the allocation process?
Yeah, this taken as a whole, this document was an amendment to change how those would be allocated to the different operating companies. Correct.
And earlier, just a moment ago, you made a comment about the operating companies. Do you know why this chart refers to AEP as transmission owner and AEP as LSE rather than the operating companies in those designations?
Yeah, maybe I should switch from my state hat to my FERC hat.
Okay.
They look at more at the load serving entities is the proper term when you're having this discussion. So when I say OPCO, that's probably not using the right terminology as we discussed it. It should be load serving entities and transmission owners.
Okay. I'm making note of that. Zach, you can stop the screen share, please.
Ms. Vincent, can I ask a question on that? I guess, sorry to interject. Is AEP an LSE itself, or is it an LSE through its operating companies being LSEs?
I believe the load serving entity, AEP is a load serving entity, and it divides that up amongst the load serving entities within its membership.
Okay, and so is that the nexus then between AEP and PJM? Is that PJM sees LSE as the AEP as the TO and AEP as the LSE?
Yeah, the bill that comes to AEP comes to AEP overall, and then that's why we need the allocation methods at FERC to make sure we're properly allocating those amongst the individual load serving entities within AEP.
Okay, that's helpful. Sorry, Ms. Pencil.
No, you're fine. I want to make sure that I'm clear here, too. So Kentucky Power does own its own transmission system, correct?
Kentucky Power has they are also a transmission operator, and they're part of the AEP system,
Yeah,
where
okay.
where PJM clears it all out, sort of the clearinghouse for all the transmission owners and the LSEs that are within the AEP as an LSE.
So is Kentucky...
And I should probably back up and clarify, because the AEP corporate is not a load serving entity. It's those companies within it that are the actual load serving entities. It's that clearinghouse concept I was trying to talk about of how it's treated with the PJM bill. And since we're part of an RTO, where that sort of all the changes happen in between.
So Kentucky Power itself is an LSE and a transmission owner, is that correct?
Yes.
And as you just said, Kentucky Power and AEP are distinct entities.
American Electric Power is the parent company, and AEP Service Corps does a lot of the services to deal with the allocations between. And the FERC-approved rate and methodology here is so that's completely transparent, and it's shown how that's going to be treated. That's my understanding.
You may have just answered part of what I was going to ask. I'm going to ask it anyway. So Kentucky Power needs to recover its revenue requirement as a transmission owner, correct?
Correct.
And it recovers it through this transmission agreement. Is that correct? Or no, let me take that back. Let me say it this way. The methodology for how it recovers costs is covered by the transmission agreement? Is that more correct?
Yep. How the costs and how the revenues flow is governed by the agreement. Yes.
So does the Kentucky Power revenue requirement go through AEP before it gets to PJM?
through AEP. I'm trying to figure out how. So the RTO, PJM, it sort of takes care of them separately and then bills them essentially or recognizes them from an overall system-wide, because AEP is a system. So the bill and the revenues sort of are recognized when they come into that overall AEP bill and revenue. And then this methodology shows how that's going to be treated, so it's allocated properly and transparently to all the different load serving entity members within the AEP system. Does that help?
I think it does. It's that difference between recognition and treatment. Is that a fair? I tell you what, would it be helpful if I follow up with Mr. Vaughn with this question?
Actually, Dana, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Horton? Okay.
Would be a good one. He's the PJM expert. Mr. Vaughn would have some answers too. Mr. Pierce would know. They deal with it more every day.
Okay.
But it's the concept that the AEP entity, all the LSC members are parts of it, but it's PJM, we have joined it as PJM as one system.
Mm-hmm.
And so the paperwork, for lack of a better term, comes in for the one system, and then we have to work, and that's what we've worked with FERC and others for the allocation of revenues and costs to do that paperwork so it's clear how that one relationship relates to all the piece parts. That's my layman's explanation. Mr. Horton can probably give a very technical explanation.
I'll be ready for that. Thank you. So we just talked about revenue. Now what about expenses as an LSE? How does Kentucky Power recover its transmission expenses?
So this is what's at nature in, just to clarify, in the LSEO tracker, the expenses that go into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that, again, this paperwork that's done, the overall costs are allocated to the AEP as the overall part of PJM. And then this agreement has the allocation method, and the details are in here, but roughly it's they bill Kentucky, or they build American Electric Power on a one coincident peak metric. And then the point of this agreement was to go in front of FERC and say, for stability and other reasons, we'd like to separate this on a 12 coincident peak amongst all the members of AEP. And that's how that's figured into what gets charged actually as the expenses that flow through to those companies.
You couldn't, I'm sorry. All right, I'll have to ask you to repeat that. The court reporter was unable to hear clearly.
Absolutely. Maybe I'll say it better this time anyway. So the LSC owed expenses that end up being recognized in the rider by Kentucky Power, those are the expenses that are charged to use the transmission system, expenses to be on that. So AEP receives one bill based on a one coincident peak, a 1 CP from PJM as they measure that. Then this agreement takes that and considers a 12 CP amongst all the operating companies, LSEs within the AEP system, and allocates it based on that 12 CP method to decide what charges are going to be charged to each of the LSEs.
So I'm going to streamline it a little bit. So the expenses go from PJM back down to AEP, where we've got, the 1 CP versus, and then the methodology in the transmission agreement, the 12 CP, down to the actual the owners, the operating companies, or what have you for the LSE.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, and that's the amount that would flow through any tracker would be the result of that process.
Let me. I recall something from your testimony, but I'm not going to ask you if you recall it. That seems unfair since it was on video, and I'm not going to be able to show you that. So let me ask you about a general principle.
All right.
If Kentucky Power invests in transmission in excess of the proportion of allocated costs under the FERC schedules. So are you following me so far? This is
Say that again.
I was going to say it's a complex question, and I don't want to take you too far off. So we start with Kentucky Power's
Kentucky Power.
invest in transmission. That investment is in excess of the proportion of allocated costs under the FERC schedule.
So what I hear you asking is, as a transmission owner, if Kentucky Power invests to be a transmission owner, and that's in excess of the separate item of expense that might come to them for being a member and using the transmission system. I think we're on the same page there. I understand that.
I think the question is, too, about revenues and expenses and allocation and in general, so that if Kentucky Power's investment is in excess of the allocated costs, those expenses that come back down through the FERC schedule, would that be a benefit for Kentucky Power and its customers? Let me say it a little simpler. If Kentucky Power invested more than they're charged for, then Kentucky Power comes out ahead, correct?
I think that's, I apologize, I think that's kind of looking at it a little too granular.
Okay.
I think that you could be a transmission owner, and there's benefits and risks and everything that come with being a transmission owner on one page. And then there's using the transmission system, and that expenses come from that. And just because Kentucky Power is investing or not investing and the level of investment in it in the borders of the Commonwealth doesn't necessarily dictate the benefits it gets that are represented in the expenses for being part of a dynamic system. So it's hard to generalize that closely to it, because the two things really are kind of decoupled.
And I don't want to make this too simplistic, and that's an issue I'd like to circle back to.
Okay.
But looking at it from dollars and cents, from a dollars and cents perspective, is it the case that if Kentucky Power investment exceeds the costs that are allocated to it, that's a benefit to Kentucky Power?
If your metric is just using that to judge it by, you say that, but that doesn't, to me, the things are trying to achieve different results. You invest as a transmission owner for one purpose, and then you use the transmission system for another purpose. So I think there's other things you'd have to factor in, but if you want to just be that one metric, if you're saying you're receiving more than you're spending, you could have that if you wanted a single metric. I wouldn't use that, but I understand what you're saying.
One of the things that Mr. Madison was asked about was, and you may recall this from the order in 2017-179, where the commission raised the question about the interests of Kentucky Power and its ratepayers and how that aligns with PJM's interests. And at that time, the commission asked Kentucky Power to do an analysis and to keep an evaluation to be thinking about how those two interests align. And at some point, Mr. Madison had said, and again, I'm not going to hold you to what Mr. Madison said. The question is,
we're all one.
Quantifying the costs and the benefits. I understand what is being said about, okay, if all our generation goes away, we still have to have a way to provide power to our service. That too seems to be a bit extreme and in the middle ground. Evaluating the costs and benefits is a piece of all of this that we're asking about. Has there been any analysis, or is there any ongoing analysis that quantifies benefits and quantifies costs? Costs are typically easier to quantify.
I think I'll say yes, but it's not the single little report that would have that as the title and the stuff after it. You know, I think what we weren't talking about earlier is the lack of congestion because AEP has such a robust system. So the prices that come, you know, we don't have to, Kentucky Power doesn't have to take power So the electrons aren't painted red and they come from Mitchell or Big Sandy and come to us.
Mm-hmm.
If it's cheaper to go pull it out of Michigan, we're going to pull it out of Michigan. That's cheaper for customers. So it's not just the lights stay on, it's that we're part of that robust network that we're a part of, that we're already in. And that's how the AEP system was built to begin with. The generation was away from the population centers, so you sort of had to create this overall large organization with the transmission system, with a pool agreement, and that's just the reality of how everything is set up. So it's not, that's why I said it's hard to accept the one metric you said earlier about, is it their TO investment for their LSE expenses? There's lots of value for things built, for example, in Southern Ohio, to make sure that power can get down after, the Big Sandy went down to the one gas unit. There were some congestion issues and things that, Cameron Ali, when he speaks later, can tell you all about. A lot of investment that was done in the Commonwealth that absolutely was for the benefit of Kentucky Power customers.
So, and without putting words in your mouth, if the commission were at some point to ask for some sort of reporting that quantifies costs and benefits, there is something out there. It may not be in one report, but there are parts and pieces that can somehow or another paint a picture. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think if I can't speak for Mr. Madison, but if the commission wanted to talk, outside of this hearing, because obviously this is talking a lot about, what's happening at FERC and justifying what's happening there. What kind of document or what kind of thing needs to be shared with the commission to answer its questions? That I know from talking to Mr. Madison, he'd be more than willing to have that conversation. He wants to talk about that. But it's multiple things like, FRR versus RPM. What's the company going to do? Everything that goes into the overall system are all piece parts of showing why it's an overall benefit for being part of this.
Thank you. Yes, I know that analysis, the FRR is one of the analysis that we do ask for on an annual basis. So yes, we're familiar with that. Okay, let me jump back to where we were before. I'm going to strike that. Let's move on to something else, to highlight something. Zach, can you bring up again Mr. Vaughn, Alex Vaughn's direct testimony in this case? Thank you. Yes. What I'd like to look at is Exhibit AEV to Mr. Vaughn's testimony. This. Thank you, Zach. Mr. Satterwhite, can you see that this is the documents the PJM LSC owed expenses from the test year in this case, which has a historic test year that 12 months ended March 31st, 2020.
And is that AEV 5 or 3?
AEV 5.
All right, I'm on the right page now. Can you please re-ask your question?
Okay. Would you agree this is the PJM LSC owed expenses from the test year in this case?
PPA rider base amount 12 months ended March 31, 2020.
And that's the end of the historic test year in this case? Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Let me have you look at line 11. It says PJM LSC owed base amount. And then this amount is the $96.896 million. Do you remember that $96 million is one of the things I asked you to remember earlier?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know how much of the PJM LSC owed expenses that are reflected in that 96 million are from affiliates?
I do not.
Well, Mr. Vaughn included in the last rate case some of the expense accounts that are from affiliates and which ones are from non-affiliates. So if I were to say to you the items on line 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 are from affiliates, I've got the account numbers if you want me to read them to you, but let's just use the last two numbers on each of them. On number 3, the account number ending in 35. On
Ms.
number-
Bensel?
Yes.
We, just one second, I don't know if anybody else has, but I've lost the company's video. Okay, now I can see Mr. Satterwhite. Sorry about that.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, and now that I wasn't familiar with this exhibit, I look at it now and I see in the description,
Yes.
it has affiliated on the lines that you described.
And the lines 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8, subject to check. Would you agree those 5 lines together are over $88 million?
Second, I'm making sure I have straight lines. I volunteered at the polls and I learned you have to use a ruler for everything to make sure you got the straight lines on these things.
I appreciate that.
Sorry, extraneous detail. So what was the number you said?
A little over 88 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Zach, can I have you remove the screen share? So, Mr. Satterwhite, would you be surprised that those 5 lines together represent more than 90% of the base amount of PJM LSC owed expenses in the test year?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would you agree that, or would you be surprised that those 5 lines of the affiliate expenses represent more than 90% of the base amount PJM LSC owed expenses in the test year?
I think that can depend year to year. I believe the document stands for itself, and that's what it is. It's really a matter of what investments were made in that year and what portion, and lots of things go into that. I think Mr. Madison talked about, when he's building his budget, what he has the ability to invest or not invest. So it can fluctuate from year to year.
Okay. Well, I'd like to take a look at some of those AEP transmission owners specifically. Chairman?
Yes.
Can we go into confidential session?
Yes. Candace, can you put us into confidential session at this time?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make one comment. I can do it on the public record about
sorry,
Okay.
what we just talked about.
Oh, Mr. Satterwhite, I don't know what your answer is, but we're now in public session, so we can go back while you.
No, I think I can cover it in public. It's just a general statement that the people we were discussing and that made comments here were not legal counsel, making general comments in a periodical.
That's fair enough and duly noted.
Thank you.
So the article discussed the Commission's June 10th, 2013 decision regarding the transmission company. I'd like to bring up that order. Zach, can you pull up PSC Exhibit 16? Thank you. And again, this was, get the case number here. I'm going to have to scroll down myself to look at the case number. But this
2011 00042.
Thank you. I was going to say, I knew that if Zach scrolled down, I'd find it. And this is the order that was referenced in that article that the Commission found that Kentucky Transco cannot be classified as a utility service and therefore was not regulated by the Commission. Zach, I think you're on page 8, correct? It looks like. So let me point out, Mr. Satterwhite, this is page 8 of that final order. In that first paragraph is the sentence where the commission found that Kentucky Transco starts, consequently, Kentucky Transco does not legally qualify for the issuance of a CPCN to provide only wholesale transmission service, which would not be a commission-regulated activity and which would be provided under rates and tariffs that are not filed here.
Was that a question, if that's what it says?
No, I was just reading that. Now I'm looking down here. Okay, no, I think we're good. And then further, and I'm going to do the reading for this one, if you don't mind, Mr. Satterwhite.
Okay.
In the second paragraph, do you see the sentence? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Nothing, I cut you off. Go ahead. I apologize. Yeah.
It's okay. Do you see the second paragraph? The sentence that begins, as noted in the dissenting opinion? As noted.
The paragraph, the fact that Kentucky Transco intends to provide some same wholesale transmission, that one, or is it different?
That one, the second paragraph. Now, if you go down, about 2/3 of the way down, there's a sentence that begins, as noted in the dissenting opinion. Thank you, Zach. I appreciated that you put the hand on it. And I'll just read this one. As noted in the dissenting opinion, should Kentucky Transco, which is Kentucky Transmission Company, propose to construct transmission facilities capable of operating at 69 kilovolts or above, those facilities will be subject to siting review by the Kentucky State Board on Electric Generation and Transmission Siting pursuant to KRS 278-700, subpart 5, and 728-714. So, thank you, Zach. You can close that. I will say that the order does go on to note about policy. This was a policy decision in terms of what was a utility, what wasn't, and the siting board. So, are you aware whether Kentucky Transmission Company has ever filed an application with the Kentucky Board on electric generation and transmission siting?
I can't say for sure. And no, from my time there, I was very focused on having the investment in Kentucky Power Company and trying to cite the projects there. I'm not sure what's happened in the past 2 years. So I can't give a absolute answer, but it's certainly something we can find out for you.
I was going to say, to the best of knowledge, in your experience, then.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any.
Thank you. Can you tell me, how did Kentucky Transmission Company get almost $100 million in rate base?
I'm no longer an expert in all of the what has to be cited and go before the board and what doesn't. But I believe there's a number of projects, and Mr. Ali can maybe talk about some of those, or we can have somebody else gather those of what those projects were. But there's opportunity to make investment in the transmission system that doesn't meet the threshold, I would imagine.
But you don't know how Kentucky Transmission Company got that almost $100 million in rate base then? Is that a fair statement?
I'm not aware of what those are, so I can't speak to that.
Chairman, staff does not have any further questions for Mr. Satterwhite.
We've been at this for a little more than 2 hours. Why don't we take a break until 15 minutes to 4 o'clock, and then we'll come back and give the Attorney General's office an opportunity to cross-examine. We'll be in recess until 3:45.
Larry, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we're back on the record. We're not on the record.
Yes.
Are we on the record now? It's hit and miss. All right, Mr. Satterwhite, I guess the reporter who is here is off and on has difficulty hearing you, and she has requested that maybe we do a sound test. And so I'd ask you to speak into the microphone And then whoever's going to do, we can get whoever's going to cross-examine for the Attorney General, if there is to be a cross, and do a sound test too, because she wants to make sure, obviously, that the transcript is correct. All right, so Mr. Satterwhite, would you state your name into the microphone so that we can see if she can hear properly?
Sure. Matthew J. Satterwhite.
Okay.
American Electric Power. Kentucky Power Company.
Could you hear? Could you still have difficulty hearing?
Ask him to do it again.
I'm sorry.
Can you do it again, please?
Could you please repeat that, Mr. Satterwhite?
Matthew J. Satterwhite. American Electric Power. Kentucky Power Company. 1 Riverside Plaza.
Okay, hang on.
Are you satisfied you can?
Okay. I think we're good.
Okay. Is there cross-examination from the Attorney General's office? Mr. West?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Yeah,
West,
we don't have any.
would you state
we
your
don't have
name and something so that we can see if the reporter can hear you?
Yeah, this is Mike West from the Attorney General's office.
Okay. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Mr. West, do you have cross-examination?
No, we do not have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kurtz, do you have cross-examination for KIUC?
Yes, sir, very briefly.
Can you hear
good
Mr.
afternoon.
Kurtz? Just make sure we speak up. We can hear here, I can, and the other people in the room, counsel, but the reporter that Stites and Harbison has here has having difficulty hearing, and so that's the reason that we're going through this. So, okay.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Kurtz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Satterwhite.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Okay, I think staff has established that transmission, PJM, LSE, OATT charges are the company's fastest growing single expense. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's what we read about earlier. Yes.
And then from Mr. Vaughn's testimony, that in the 2014 rate case, the expense was $53.7 million, and now it's $96.89 million. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall that. Yes.
And I think we understand from the record that over the next 5 years, AEP is projected to spend $10 billion in PJM transmission projects, 2021 through 2025.
Can I check your exhibit to verify that?
Yeah, that was the EEI report towards the back.
Page 53.
That's
Yeah, the 5-year transmission plan.
yes, that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, if the commission concluded that these transmission costs are very expensive and they're growing and they're going to continue to grow, and we feel that there needs to be some cost containment, what can the commission do to keep that transmission expense down?
I think this is a FERC jurisdictional matter as far as controlling those costs. If you wanted to go challenge those costs, that's where you do that. I think there are expenses for the company that are naturally going to come to the company. So it's a matter of and when you're doing rate making, do you want to allow the company to recover its expenses or not? And so I think that's the question for the state commission in a proceeding like this. And then federally would be where I think if you wanted to raise a question about spending, that's where that would occur.
Well, in fact, under the preemption doctrine, the state commission has to allow recovery of FERC-approved transmission expenses, correct?
I would agree with that.
However, there's no requirement that the recovery be done through a tracker, is there?
No, the reason we raised the tracker is to make sure that the company can recognize those expenses that are supposed to be reflected, come in timely, and don't further exacerbate the problem of the company.
So one thing the commission could do is go back to a base rate recovery with no tracker to keep cost containment.
I don't know if that's cost containment. It's kind of avoidance of the issue, maybe, for how it's going to impact Kentucky Power Company. And that's the reason why the tracker was proposed in the first place. The expenses are still going to be charged to Kentucky Power. It's going to further put pressure on its ability to properly earn, garner investment, and make investment. So that's why we feel the tracker is the appropriate mechanism, because it recognizes it in real time. And also when true-ups occur, because those can go either way, that can get recognized also in a tracker.
Well, if the commission went with 100% tracker recovery, tell me where I'm wrong. At FERC and PJM, you have formula rates, forward-looking, future test year formula rates for the operating companies and the transcos. Where the transcos get a 55% equity capitalization, and everybody gets a 10.35% ROE. And then if we had a tracker here in Kentucky, like you do in a lot of jurisdictions, those would automatically flow through real time. So how would that help consumers?
It helps consumers by, it's the whole nature of why we've talked about the tracker to begin with. If you don't do that, the company has no ability to earn, or since it's its largest growing expense, and there's sort of the elephant in the room is that the company's not collecting on expenses that it knows it's incurring, and potentially would have a mechanism through a tracker to recover. If it's not earning, it's going to cost more to borrow money. It can't invest capital. The parade of horribles that come with a company that's underperforming would happen if such a large expense is not recovered and recognized. The nature of a rate proceeding is to make sure that the company has an opportunity to earn its authorized return. And unless there's a tracker that tracks these, it's very difficult in reality to reach that opportunity to earn that return.
Do you listen in on AEP earnings calls, the quarterly earnings calls?
Yeah.
For over what period of time have you been doing that?
When I can, off and on, for a number of years.
Do you recall that periodically an analyst will ask Mr. Akins or the other executives, Kentucky Power is a drag on your earnings, on your financial metrics. What are you doing to sell Kentucky Power? And the answer would be, well, we're looking at that. Have you heard that conversation?
No, I know the answer because investors do ask. They recognize that Kentucky Power appears to be an outlier in that same graph you had with the bubbles, and they ask something close to that question. I think consistently our CEO and CFO say, we're not going to talk about individual properties like that. That would be inappropriate. Our focus is on making sure that the properties we have in place have the best chance to be the best companies they can for customers and for shareholders, and so we're focused on managing those properly.
In terms of analysis and study, and do you periodically look, do you regularly look to see whether or not Kentucky Power is a standalone entity or Kentucky Power merged with another Kentucky entity, for example, would be better for consumers versus being part of the traditional AEP family?
No, that's not an analysis that I would do, no.
Early on, you said that the Kentucky Commission could go to FERC and deal with transmission at FERC. How so? By proposing a change to the transmission agreement, proposing a change to the PJM tariff? What would the Commission ask the federal government to do?
Well, there's a couple of layers. The projects, there's a stakeholder process at PJM that the Commission and others could participate in. If there's individual projects that they like to question or challenge the veracity of. And witness Cameron Ali can talk about those. And I suppose, anyone can file a complaint at FERC to try to change whatever structures are in place at FERC if they want to, and take that burden and file to make that change.
That's a tough burden, isn't it?
Well, anytime you have the burden in a case, you're trying to move something. I won't judge whether that's tough or not. We believe there's lots of value, and you have to look at the entire history of how AEP came to be in the RTO, what it looked like when it came there, the benefits that have happened, why it was structured like it is now and like it was back in the day. You can't just come in and say, I want to ignore all history and today I want to do this. You sort of have to look at the overall landscape of what's happened in the past.
Because if Kentucky went to FERC and said, we're a loser under this transmission agreement and it's going to multiply over the years, somebody else would say in Indiana, well, too bad, we're a winner. We like the way the agreement works. Isn't that kind of, everybody goes like this, make it do the other guy?
Well, I don't know if I'd accept the premise. I certainly would be advocating that Kentucky is a loser in this. I think Dr. Pierce's testimony shows that over time, the different CP methods have swung each different ways. And I think in this hearing, some of the questions I've seen in some of the testimony focus so narrowly on transmission. It's not focusing on the overall participation in PJM and being part of the zone and part of AEP that Kentucky Power has. So I think you need to look at more than just a narrow scope.
Well, I'm talking about something more fundamental than a 1 CP versus a 12 CP allocation of the subsidy. I'm talking about something more fundamental to address this concern from a Kentucky perspective. Did you understand? I mean, something more fundamental like Kentucky Power being a standalone entity within PJM, like Duke Energy Kentucky, and Duke Energy Ohio and Kentucky, they're combined. East Kentucky Power Cooperative, Dayton Power and Light, something like that. So that the state could control its own destiny and wouldn't have to have its transmission costs be reliant on the Indiana Transco.
I think what you're proposing, first of all, wouldn't be allowed currently in the construct at PJM. DP&L came in and they filed independently. They came in that way. Kentucky Power came into PJM as part of the AEP system, and you can't break off a piece and create an island by itself, I don't believe. And creating an island of 168,000 customers, I don't know that would be a good path for Kentucky Power either, as President Madison said, and then ignores the overall benefit over time that Kentucky Power has received. It might need to get low-cost power down from the Cook plant in Michigan, travel down and travel freely without all the congestion, and being part of the overall AEP system on the generation side and the transmission side provides all that benefit. So I don't think it would be good for Kentucky Power to sort of go alone, and I don't think that they functionally can do that.
Do you really believe that Cook example?
That's the purpose of a grid. That's why a grid does not have state lines, an interstate transmission grid. You have to have a robust grid with the investment to have the benefits and where the generation is in different places. I mean, you look at Kentucky Power, the Mitchell plant is in West Virginia, but it doesn't have to get power from there, even though it's across the state border. It's where the cheapest power can come from, and it can travel on that grid without the congestion and take advantage of the lower power prices that have come over time. They don't get added on with congestion costs.
The cheapest power in the 13-state PJM region, not the cheapest generation output from the AEP power plants, correct?
Well, it's a pretty big, I mean, we're not talking about going to Oklahoma to get it, if that's what you mean.
I said PJM.
Right. I thought you said within the AEP system. It's within the PJM system, correct?
So the way it works is the renewables dispatch first because they have zero energy costs within PJM, correct?
Whatever's at the stack, that point in the stack, yes.
Then the nuclear units dispatch next, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and all that energy goes. Everybody in PJM pays the same energy price except for line losses and congestion, whether you're in New Jersey or Kentucky or Michigan, correct?
That's the benefit of PJM, yes.
Yeah, and so Kentucky gets that benefit from PJM, regardless of the AEP transmission agreement. That maybe was relevant 20 years ago for purposes when AEP was not part of PJM, but we get that now anyway.
Well, the system as a whole was put into PJM, the AEP system. And every one that's a part of that, even out of the AEP zone, it's their responsibility to make sure that their zone is robust enough that it can carry the power as well. And that's what AEP's been doing. That's what the investment is in the AEP zone that Kentucky benefits from.
That's why I asked you, did you really believe your Cook example? Because that nuclear generation, wherever it lands in the stack, sets the marginal clearing price for all of PJM, not just AEP, correct?
The theory is that the system's open and it can flow freely without having any congestion come here by being a member.
Chairman Schmidt, those are all my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite.
Thank you.
All right, counsel for Walmart. Mr.
No
Bowman,
questions.
Do you have questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Questions, fine. Kentucky Solar Industries.
Yes, good afternoon. No questions for this witness.
Mr. Fitzgerald for Joint Intervenors. Questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Miller or others from Sierra Club. Questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions from Sierra Club.
Okay. Mr. Fry for SWVA.
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions.
All right. Vice Chairman Chandler, do you have questions?
I'm going to surprise everybody here, Chairman. I do have questions.
I think we're all surprised.
I know. That's as funny as I get. Good afternoon or almost good evening, Mr. Satterwhite. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. So I just want to ask, in terms of the questions that Mr. Kurtz was just asking you, from your experience, what does the past have to do with whether a schedule or a rate is just and reasonable at the time?
Are you saying what is the path of how electrons flow?
No, past. PAST. You were talking about the history of how the pool went into PJM, and that's I make a joke here. That's ancient history, but we're talking about a decade ago, right? What does the past have to do anything with whether a rate or a schedule? And I mean this at the PSC, Kentucky PSC level, the other 10 jurisdictions you participate in, state jurisdictions, and FERC. What bearing does the past and history have on whether a schedule or rate is currently just and reasonable?
Yeah, sure. I think someone brought up FRR earlier, and what's the FRR construct and why is that out there? You have to look at history for that. When AEP came into PJM, sort of that was where that was really born. The concept of we have all this generation, our customers really have already paid for access to that and to put that generation in place. And so we want to be able to self-supply that capacity going forward. So it's kind of an understanding of when you have the current mechanisms and the current markets and the RTOs and how they fit into the structure of how things were set up prior to that when they came into that system to respect that. Kentucky Power was part of an overall zone team, for lack of a better term, with the AEP zone. Things were created over time to make sure they could serve that, and then that got adopted and pushed into the RTO system. You want to make sure that you're looking overall what that impact is. The other point I think I'd look at is, the question I think Commissioner Matthews asked earlier was, some people are saying, should you be doing FRR? Should you be doing different things? And our point's always been, we at the state level like to plan for 20 or 30 years out. We're not looking in 3-year chunks and 3-year increments. And so you want to look over a longer period of time versus react to what happened maybe in 1 year. And so the argument here is look in the past, look in the future, know that do you have a type of system that levels out if it goes up and down? How do you make sure you don't have huge swings up and down, but that things can change over time? And that's the basis of how you try to make decisions if something's reasonable.
So let me ask about the 1 CP and 12 CP. And I'll ask Mr. Pierce whenever that comes time for him too. But you're effectively creating a mismatch with that allocation, correct? That it's going from It's being allocated to AEP, right, as the LSE. The OAT LLC expenses are being allocated to you all on a 1 CP basis, and you're reallocating it on a 12 CP basis. So, I mean, I just think of cost of service, even at the retail level, there's a disconnect between how you're incurring the expenses and how those expenses are being recovered, correct?
I think that's why we had the discussion at the federal level at FERC to talk about that issue. And I think if you look at Mr. Pierce's testimony as well, it helps stop some volatility that could happen. His testimony shows over the past 7 years, there have been huge swings one way or the other way. If that were just setting base rates, you could really be hurting a company if they didn't have the ability to go in and adapt to that, and it could affect customers by swinging back and forth both ways. And it's really a recognition that in the zone, Kentucky, APCO, winter peaking companies, others are not winter peaking companies. It's just a matter of dumb luck of when the coincident peak happens, when you hit that, and that can really swing things both ways. So they approached it as a 12 CP method would stop that volatility and kind of smooth things out a little bit, and they thought that was the appropriate approach. And they filed that, and the Kentucky Commission intervened in that case and agreed with it.
Yeah, so I think that, and maybe you all will introduce this later, but the case, as the document said, the Kentucky Commission initially intervened, and I think the document you read from indicated that they didn't take a formal position on the settlement. They may have filed subsequent items in the docket taking the position. All of that is immaterial to the basic fundamental question that I'm asking, which is, wouldn't you agree that there's a disconnect between allocating, getting a cost, incurring a cost on a 1 CP basis, and then allocating it out on a 12 CP basis? There's a fundamental disconnect between those two metrics, correct?
I would say there's a difference. I don't know if it's a disconnect. The difference is, why would you have a difference in those two? And the justification was in that docket. You'd have the difference because it's volatile, because of the size of the zone and the potential for huge swings of winners and losers. So that difference was justified in that docket and accepted by FERC. And the Kentucky, I think they intervened out of time, the Kentucky Commission, and said that they were in support of those changes.
And so let me ask, though, about the 1 CP versus the 12 CP. It's bigger than that, isn't it? Because it's not just an allocation. It's not just a change in allocation from 1 CP to 12 CP. It effectively recovers the entirety of the AEP. Instead of Kentucky Power, for instance, being its own LSE and AEP, right, and being charged its LSE owed expenses on let's even make it up, a 1 CP basis. Kentucky Power instead is being allocated a portion. Every operating company in the AEPE zone, all of those costs are in one pot, and then they're being allocated on a 12 CP basis, right?
When you say their own costs, that's where I want to make sure I'm tracking with you directly.
Instead of, let's just say this, okay? Let's make this up. So instead of, for instance, AEP being allocated Kentucky Power exclusively, a single bill, I know that's not how it comes, it's probably on computers, whatever. They get an invoice, AEP gets an invoice at the top says Kentucky Power's LSE owed expense, right? And it says this is how it was allocated, our peak load this year was a 1 CP on this date, here's your bill, right? Kentucky, as I understand it, AEP doesn't just take that portion, change it up as if it was allocated on a 12 CP basis, and then send a different bill to Kentucky Power. And if it's more on a 12 CP basis, AEP's better off, they pocket the money. Or if it's less on a 12 CP basis than a 1 CP, AEP is out the money. That's not how it works, is it? Can I ask how I think it works and see if it's correct?
Well, I'm confused on some of your terms of how you're using it, and I think let me say what I think the difference is, and maybe then we can figure out what we can agree and not agree on. Kentucky has a benefit of more than just what happens in its border. Like I said before, and you can talk to Witness Ali about all the investment that went in southern Ohio for the benefit to make sure the power could flow properly to customers in eastern Kentucky at the time. So you can't look at it as simple as here's the level of exactly what happened in Kentucky, and here's the investment that happened in Kentucky. Each of the load-serving entities, which are all of the, Kentucky Power is one of the load-serving entities, they group themselves together with everyone, and they sort of share in the overall investment, the benefit from that. And so you want to make sure that there isn't anything left out. You want to make sure that all of those companies put together recovers everything that was been invested in there. And this process allows us to do that without having the huge swings of potentially if something happened in the winter or the summer, that it would artificially, I don't want to say artificially, it would have that volatility from year to year. And that was the point of the FERC docket, to show that and show that that was a better method to do it, and that was agreed upon and ruled upon, and so that's what became the allocation.
Yeah, and I get the volatility, and I'm worried. So you keep coming back to the volatility, but I'm trying to ask questions about something completely different, which is, would you agree that AEP is billed as a single LSE from PJM for its LSE owed expenses? And it's billed on a 1 CP basis.
Yeah, I was trying to talk earlier about, was I confusing things with people when I was talking about is AEP the LSC or the operating companies the LSC, and someone reminded me that each of the operating companies they're actually the load serving entities because they serve, and all that sort of comes into AEP, who sort of handles that billing to make sure it's allocated along with the FERC method. So I think it does sort of come in individually, but the method that they put in place at FERC was how you handle it on the 12 CP basis. I just want to clarify that in case I was misleading earlier.
Let me add, but to the substance of the question, does AEP get one bill on a 1 CP basis for all of the PJM LSE owed expenses incurred on behalf of its operating companies in the PJME system, and then reallocate that to the operating companies on a 12 CP basis?
My understanding is, and we could ask Mr. Pierce to clarify this, is that the separate load serving entity bills come in, and then that's aggregated at AEP to then allocate this over the 12 CP method.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to make sure I get to, is that Kentucky is paying a portion of other, it's not just a reallocation of Kentucky Power's portion, it's a allocation of the entirety of the AEP East LSE owed expense, correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely. Yeah, it's part of the whole system.
And it's like 5.5%, 6%, just rough, right?
And that's based on what the usage was in Kentucky during that time period. So the cost, let me say it this way, maybe I'm saying it wrong. The costs overall are aggregated together, and then Kentucky's portion is that 6.5 or whatever 6% of what those costs overall that is.
Okay, so let me harken back to your, I think I'm using that word right, to your testimony in 2017, in the 2017 179 rate case. Would you agree that in the event, I think Ms. Vinsel was asking you earlier about the benefits of transmission, if an operating company invests in an inordinate amount of transmission, that they get a benefit they don't pay the entire cost of, right? Or something along those lines. Do you remember those questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so forget the benefit from the transmission, right? Let's just talk about dollars and cents. Wouldn't you agree that as an operating company, insofar as you invest an inordinate amount, which is you invest more in transmission than you're being allocated the cost for, insofar as that's the case, wouldn't you agree that the revenue you receive as a transmission owner actually goes to offset the PJM LSE expense allocated to you?
I think it's whatever you invest in. If you can bring in more revenues, it offsets the cost. I think you sort of have to separate being a transmission owner and the revenue you get from that from being a participant on the system. Once you move to the RTO process, you have a cost for being part of the transmission system. That expense comes in regardless of how much you invest. But if you want to choose that to invest in and invest more in the transmission operator, that would be a benefit to help cover costs. Yes.
Well, but I'm asking specifically about PJM LSE owed expense. I remember you discussing in the 2017 case that insofar as the investments can occur in Kentucky Power, that will be an additional amount of revenue that the company receives that will help offset the increases of the LSE owed expense. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think that gets to what I was talking about earlier, where you can put it in a Transco or you can put it in Kentucky Power. I wanted more investment in Kentucky Power, so it would help that investment and that rate base for Kentucky Power to maybe help with other areas that they weren't earning as well in. So
And that-
I think that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that I understand the mechanics. That is an offset to that PJM LSE net PJM LSE owed expense being proposed to charge 100% to the tariff PPA.
You missed you when you pull in the tariff PPA, because I think that's separate from it. I think it's a matter of, I think what you're asking is, if you make more transmission operator investment, is that a way to help cover and decrease some of the LSE owed expenses?
The net PJM LSE owed expense, yes.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, just like if you invested in something else and made money, that would decrease. It's not that it's a direct netting from the start. It's just, yes, if you're making some more money somewhere else, it can help decrease money in another place.
Yeah, but this is very specific to the PJM LSE owed expense are an allocation of transmission costs, the vast majority of which is done by supplemental projects in that LSE's territory, right? It's 100% supplemental projects, as you understand it, are allocated 100% to the LSE, correct?
100% to the zone.
To the zone, right? To the
So
zone.
usage, it's Kentucky Power's using of the AEP zone, and that represents a cost it has for transmission. That's what the LSE owed is. A transmission owner investment is a separate function. It's how much you're investing in that. That can contribute to those costs, absolutely, but it's sort of a separate track.
Right, but I guess what I'm trying to say is it's circular. If Kentucky Power invests an inordinate amount in supplemental projects in their Kentucky Power's territory and sits on Kentucky Power's books as a transmission investment and gets recovered and they get the offsetting revenues, that investment is going to flow through and come back as LSE owed expense, correct?
Let me take a sidestep on inordinate amount. Obviously, we do planning. We wouldn't do something just to invest the dollars, and you can talk to Cameron Ali about that. But yes, the investment you would make as a transmission owner into the system, that would come back as an expense to the overall system.
Okay. So if I have a question, so that's how it works for the operating company, for Kentucky Power, right? But if I have a question about how the Kentucky Transmission Company, right, if that's the same benefit, the same offset for Kentucky Power customers, would you agree that's not the case?
If the money is going into the Transco versus Kentucky Power, that benefit would stay
That's
with the Transco and not come to the Kentucky Power Company, correct?
Right. So
and let me clarify, the benefit of the transmission system being upgraded comes to everyone. It's the dollar benefit of that investment that wouldn't reach Kentucky Power, which is the reason why myself and Mr. Madison have tried to have more investment in Kentucky Power versus Trans.
Yeah, and that's why I just want to make sure. No difference in the type of service Kentucky Power customers are going to get necessarily, right? It's just cheaper if the operating company is the one that makes the investment.
Cheaper is the question I'd have to think more about, because it's sort of short-term versus long-term. The reason the Transcos were created is because they could maybe act quicker and get financing quicker. But to me and President Madison, the advantage of the long run of building the rate base and making sure the earnings from that come into the operating company to balance that with everything else. Just a matter of when you want to look at it and which advantage you're claiming.
Well, let me ask this. As Kentucky Power president, you said that your attempt, and you're now talking about Mr. Madison did the same thing. You wanted the investment to be at the Kentucky Power level, right? Not at the Kentucky Transco level.
Some of it, yes.
And is that because it was a benefit it was a benefit to customers, right? It was long-term cheaper for those investments to occur at Kentucky Power for those customers.
I don't know that the part I'm quibbling with is long-term cheaper. It was a benefit. It was absolutely a benefit. I felt it was a benefit for Kentucky Power customers because it helped with the overall stability of the return and the health of Kentucky Power Company, which is good for customers if it's a strong company.
Well,
so that's why I preferred more benefit in Kentucky Power.
The revenues from the investment at Kentucky Power offset costs for Kentucky Power. Agree?
Yeah, see, now you're right. We are getting back to the circular nature of it. Just as any other investment that brought a return in would offset the cost.
Forget that. But the revenues at the Kentucky Transco level offset no expenses for Kentucky Power customers.
That stays with the Transco, correct?
Right. That no benefit to Kentucky Power customers. It does not offset expenses at the Kentucky Power level.
From simply the return that the Kentucky Power Transco get, that delta there doesn't go to Kentucky Power customers, but the benefit of the investment and the transmission upgrades that they do go to. That's why I'm quibbling with the.
It's not
you
the
want
same.
a solely financial difference between the two, then on that return that the Transco gets versus Kentucky Power would get, you are correct. But there's still a benefit in having the Transco invest for customers.
I think we're on the
The other thing I point out is, could it be more expensive if Kentucky Power continues to not be able to earn and had a lower ROE? Then it would cost more money to get the capital to do the investment, and the Transco may be the better form for customers that way.
And that's fair. I just haven't seen anything to that effect. Have you seen any study to that effect at the operating company level?
About how capital impacts rates?
Yes, specifically, have you looked at any study where there's been a concern about making specific transmission investments at the operating company level versus that state's Transco?
I guess I'd say it this way. I've been involved in conversations with rating agencies and banks when we're trying to refinance things for different companies, and the health of utility is very important in that. So I don't know if it's a study, but it's just, it's intuitive when you're doing financing. There's concern if someone can't earn how they're going to be able to pay that back, and so capital can cost more to fund it.
So let me ask you a question. So you're saying, trying to bring this all together. So you're saying that, well, I withdraw. Let me ask about the filing of FERC formula transmission rates. That's your group that does that, right?
Correct.
Are you aware of any instance in your time at AEP that an operating company has challenged the FERC formula transmission rates for any affiliates transmission rates, FERC transmission rates?
I can't think of any right now, no.
Okay. The other question I have is, with all this discussion about the allocation of costs, the pass-throughs, the offsets to revenues, is Mr. Pierce the next best person to ask about this?
About how the allocations work?
How the allocations work, how the revenues offset work between transmission companies and operating companies, the whole conversation we've had. Is there another person that would know additional information?
I think he's probably the best person. He worked in commercial operations for a while as well, so he understands the balance of the pool and the generation history with the transmission. Yeah, I'd agree. He would be the one.
You've answered a lot of the questions I've typed up through your interaction with Ms. Fensel. Congestion. You were talking about congestion earlier. Is it your understanding that congestion is a driver for supplemental projects or baseline projects?
Yeah. Sorry to be cute. I think Mr. Ali is going to be the one that can really talk about what the criteria are. You know, they have if you look in AG exhibit that lays out, what is this? AG exhibit 1. There's a section in here on transmission that really kind of lays out the different drivers for how we do asset replacement. This is on page 53. Local reliability, RTO, customer service, telecom. He can get into how congestion plays a part in that, how aging assets play a part in that, how making sure that the system's robust enough that what PJM is assuming is in place for its RTEP projects really is in place, that responsibility that everybody has in their zone. The good news is Mr. Ali is a witness in here, so you can get into all those issues with him.
Yeah, and Mr. Ali will give us all the answers. So I've learned. He's the Mr. Vaughn of transmission.
So he's really he's the person who does the planning here at AEP. So
He knows what
my
he's talking
people,
about.
yeah, my people implement the rates that come out of that and reflect those. But really, if you want to get into exactly what the nitty gritty is and all of those things, AEP's put that expert up for the commission's benefit.
Yeah, and so I guess I'll start to round out on that point. So you, Mr. Madison, have talked about the benefits of Kentucky Power's participation in the transmission agreement and AEP in sort of a general high-level sense. They get the benefit from the reduction in congestion, and they get the benefit from the flows from other parts of AEP. What and I mean this genuinely, because I take away that this is my concern is that AEP's position is we're all connected. We should just allocate it the way we always have, right? Even back to the days we were a pool. But what benefit do Kentucky Power customers get from a replacement of a 69 kV line in Michigan?
It's the expectation. I can appreciate that. Let me start there. Your question, because I know it's been raised. You've raised it before, and others have, and I know we've had our Cameron and others come down to the commission to talk about that, and other commission. There's a responsibility as part of a zone to sort of take care of your backyard and expect others taking care of their backyard, so that the system is robust enough to move the power, so the benefits can be there on the energy side, and anything you might need for operational emergencies, that the system is up and ready to go. And so the AEP system as a whole is responsible for delivering that. And Kentucky Power, as a member of that system, has a responsibility to give its share. And it's not giving 50% of it, it's giving that 5 to 6% commensurate with its usage of the system. And its usage of the system is not limited to the borders of the Commonwealth. The usage of the system could be larger than that. So while I can't say this project that happened at Ball State in Indiana has this direct impact here in Kentucky, it's to making sure that system is robust enough to move forward and in the position to provide the overall benefits for whatever it might need to is in place. And Kentucky's part of that and has a duty to participate in it.
But you can appreciate that those are already things that are taken into account at the PJM level, right? I mean, baseline projects meant to facilitate or reduce congestion, or to make sure that the bulk electric transmission system is able to move electricity adequately, so that the energy markets work, and that they run the FTR market. So you don't need pure 100% no congestion. You have abilities through the FTR market to hedge them. You can appreciate that PJM, bigger than the AEPE system, already takes this into account, right?
They do that, but PJM also, the supplemental projects are not just side projects that are a preference project. Supplemental projects are important to make sure the system can stand up. PJM, when it's kind of doing its general planning, is assuming that everything that's already in place is working perfectly. And they might need to shed stuff on one end, or there might be a flow in a different area, and they think that system's going to be in place to handle that. And it's each person or each entity within the different zones to make sure that that system is in place so PJM can plan the larger RTEP projects.
Right. So I get that completely, but what is a replacement of a 69 kV line in Michigan? AEP built their transmission system to move energy, right? To move energy from the places it's created to the places it's consumed, right? So insofar as a baseline project, for instance, is allocated based on a number of factors, and they can do things like base it on defects, right? Do you understand what I mean when I say defects, or at least understand it generally? It's who gets the benefit of the flow?
Yeah.
Okay. So has anybody, to your knowledge, ever run or recently run a DFAX on the AEPE system to see if Kentucky Power is actually getting the benefits from the flow across the system? I mean, just saying it is one thing, but are you aware of anybody that has done the study to determine whether the capital contribution and the costs is actually showing up in the benefit of service?
That's not something that my group would run, and I don't know if somebody else has run it. I know it's a pretty dynamic organization, and the transmission group, they're looking at things all the time. They may have run something like that. I don't know if that's in Mr. Ali's group or Mr. Pierce's group, but we're very focused on making sure it's that robust transmission system. So I can't answer that directly, but one of the other witnesses might be able to.
Okay. And I do have one question for you. If we need to, please tell me, you'll know better than I do if we need to go into confidential session. Is your group at all responsible for maintaining AEP's Black Start programs or Black Start plans?
On the generation side, the Black Start program?
Yes. And filing those with NERC, FERC? Excuse me, sorry.
No problem. It's more difficult than is one person responsible, as you can imagine. So we have a generation group. Paul Chodak is the head of generation, and that group is sort of overseeing all of that. But they, again, are almost a service company as well for all the operating companies, because all of the generation assets that are in the regulated side are the assets of the presidents and the operating companies. So that group would work with that. It wouldn't be my people directly making those decisions if that's what the question.
I guess why I asked, so you're all, it wouldn't come to you all until it had to be filed with somebody or go in front of a regulatory body. Is that fair?
Or we might get questions about approaching it, elements of what might be related to that, but we're not the one, overseeing those decisions.
Okay.
The operational, I guess let's say it this way, the operational decision isn't in ours.
Okay. And the last question I have is, as it relates to rate cases, are those driven by a decision? Does your group go to the jurisdiction, the people that the people, I don't know. Let's say each state in each of the 11 states that you all operate has a president and COO. I don't know if that's the exact title. Let's just assume it's similar to Kentucky. When a rate case, who determines when a rate case is needed and starts that process? Is it somebody in your group, or is it your group, or is it exclusively kicked off and the decision made at the operating company level?
The operating company president is the one who decides whether a rate case should be filed or not. Now, they have conversations with the corporate finance group. They look at things like the return on the rebuttal testimony of President Madison. So sometimes it becomes obvious that they maybe need to do something. But my group does not go and say, you will be filing a rate case at this time. My group is more of, we're up to date on maybe regulatory functions in other places, and we might have a cost of service expert, someone like Alex Vaughn, so that the company, each of our operating companies don't have to employ an Alex Vaughn for the 6 months they might need it or the 1 year they might need it. We can have that shared resource so that expertise is in-house, and all those costs can be shared amongst all the companies.
So the decision to do it is left up to the operating company, the head of the operating companies. Is that what you're saying?
I cannot tell somebody that they will be filing a rate case. That's the presidents of all our operating companies have P&L responsibility, so ultimately it's their decision.
Okay, that clarification is very important. Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite.
Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
Just one, maybe two. We'll see. I just want to take you back in time to the last rate case when you spent what I think a lot of time telling us that investment in transmission in Kentucky was a good deal for us and provided a benefit because we only paid 6% of that transmission. Is that true? Do we remember? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Is that also true if that transmission investment is done by the Transco?
Yeah, what I was referring to there was I was trying to get as many jobs, as many people clocking in the morning to go to work. And so the more investment I could, and more capital I could get allocated to Kentucky, the better it was going to help rise all ships, kind of rise the tide a little bit. So I was fighting for the financial health of the company, as well as trying to do economic development so that we'd have enough projects to sort of bring in beyond what Cameron looks at for, reliability and everything else, but have more projects brought into Kentucky for what Vice Chairman Chandler was also talking about, just having more investment in the Commonwealth.
One more time. When you were referring to that it was a benefit to Kentucky if Kentucky Power had transmission investment, because we only paid 6% of it, you were talking about maybe some of those ancillary benefits that come as a result of any construction project in the state? Is that what you're saying today?
Yes, so it's a direct answer. If I apologize if I didn't answer it directly before. Yes, that was part of it. And also, what I mentioned earlier, I was trying to get more investment in Kentucky Power versus the Transco overall, so that would help for the long-term health of the company. But investment in the Transco and investment in Kentucky Power was being, I wanted to get investment in Kentucky.
And then if I go back through the questions with Ms. Ventel and the Vice Chairman, that is a different consideration than putting more assets on Kentucky Power's rate base that then you get as a transmission owner, you get some of the revenue back.
I think it's both, and maybe we weren't connecting properly, and I apologize if that was my fault. I think Vice Chairman Chandler was trying to make the direct correlation of A to B, and I was trying to say they're kind of disaggregated. There's transmission costs and there's transmission ownership. Yes, I wanted more transmission ownership for Kentucky Power for all the benefits. Was it solely because it's going to decrease the overall LSE OAT cost? No, because it's going to help increase the overall financial picture of Kentucky Power. So that was where the disconnect is. I think we're all in violent agreement on the overall issue, though.
And we could spend the entire rest of the week talking about the difference between the transmission owning component and the LSE component and the way those things bounce back and forth. So I will spare you that since it's 4:43 on the first day of the hearing and we're on our second witness. Of 30 witnesses, and if we count that we're likely going to talk to Mr. Madison twice, that really means 31 witnesses. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm finished.
Mr. Overstreet, any redirect examination?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Satterwhite, you and the Vice Chairman discussed the Kentucky Public Service Commission's motion to intervene in the FERC case ER 09-127-9-000.
Yes.
That was the case dealing with the modification of the transmission agreement.
Correct.
Ms. Venzel, could we have Company Exhibit 8 displayed, please?
Just to be clear, Zach, that's Kentucky Power Non-Confidential Exhibit 8.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Satterwhite, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And is that the motion to intervene?
Yes.
And could we turn, please, to page 2 of 4 of that company hearing Exhibit 8? And just a little bit farther down, please. Thank you. Could you read the paragraph that appears under the heading support?
Sure. At the bottom of the page, it says support, and it's underlined. It says Kentucky PSC supports AEP-SC's June 5th, 2009 proposed amendment to its transmission agreement. The Kentucky PSC believes that the proposed amendments will result in transmission rates that are just and reasonable. It appears that under the proposed amendments, Kentucky Power Company's transmission-related costs may actually be lower than at present.
Thank you. I'd like to move the admittance of that exhibit, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Overstreet, you moved to what? Make that an exhibit?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'd like to move to make that an exhibit. It's labeled Hearing Exhibit 8, and we can call it that, or because it's the first Kentucky Power Hearing Exhibit, we can call it Hearing Exhibit 1. It's whatever
We'll
staff and...
identify it as Kentucky Power Hearing Exhibit 1. Is there any objection to the filing? Sustained, let it be filed as Kentucky Power Hearing Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
We're now at about 12 minutes or so till 5, and one of our group here needs to leave by 5 o'clock, so we might as well adjourn or go into recess until in the morning. But tomorrow, I suspect, unless we make a good bit more progress than we have today, we probably ought to prepare to be at least until 6 o'clock, and then we'll see what happens with Thursday and Friday. So if there's nothing else, Ms. Fensel.
I need to move the commission's exhibits, the confidential exhibits 1 through 4, and the non-confidential exhibits into the record.
Any objection, Mr. Overstreet or counsel, for any of the other parties?
No, Your Honor.
Let them be admitted as identified by Ms. Vensel. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we adjourn for this evening?
Chairman, Mike Kurtz, to the extent I need to, I move for the admission of AG KIUC Hearing Exhibit 1.
Okay. Any objection? Hearing
No,
none,
Your Honor.
let it be filed as Mr. Kurtz identified it. Anything else?
Oh, and AG KIUC Hearing Exhibit 3, sorry.
All right.
That's it.
Let the AGKIUC exhibit, it's previously been identified as Exhibit 3, be introduced as AGKIUC what? Hearing Exhibit 2, maybe. All right, anything else that anyone would like to take up?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. On Exhibit 3, I don't believe there's been a foundation laid for that document as to its provenance. It's numbers on a spreadsheet.
Your Honor, it's a PJM document listing the pricing of all the transmission owners in PJM.
Okay. Overruled, let it be filed. Anything further? If not, we'll be in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you all.